Okay, chat. So, if you're watching, I was live. Yes, I know. Shocking, right? Well, Beckett from Cope and Sieve made a video going over some recent developments, some genuinely recent developments involving Brony Fandom and the whole Saberspark situation in a nutshell. Because, well, Saberspark has the receipts. So, let's take a little listen and we're going to watch this together. Can I? Oh, that's too bright. Let's put it on blue. We'll put it like that. Give it purple. Purple is nice. Purple is friendly.
To me, and this is just my opinion, this statement reads far more like somebody who was pissed off and has been pissed off for years that the guy she liked decided not to date her. And I say this because my experience. Now that Enter's video and the interview with Emily is out, I think we have all the information that we'll ever be able to get. It just sucks there's no definitive answer and that we all have to come to our own conclusions on whether or not the incidents between Saber and Emily actually happened. But that's just indicative of how much of a mess this whole situation is, regardless of what happened. Well, hold your ponies there, random commenter, because you've only heard one side of this particular story, and by the time that we're done today, you're going to learn that the truth is way more insane than you can possibly imagine.
Bro, why does it always put it on 720? This, I'm not gonna lie, this whole saga, I guess, has been a shit show from the beginning because the people that quote unquote broke the story are not mentally well. Like, at all, dude. Let's,
Because what I have for you today isn't just the full testimony of Saberspark himself, but also his DMs with his accuser between December 2012 and June 2013. Yes, that's right, we're going to finally have some evidence as to what the relationship between these two actually.
Why did you unfollow me? Steven, I want you to be honest with me. It's making my heart ache thinking that you are mad at me to the point to where you unfollow me. Why couldn't you be honest with me for all these months? It's not like I'm obsessive over you. It's hard to do my own thing when you have been fooling around with my emotions in the first place. I'm not the only one at fault. I am the bad guy, and for that, I am sorry. All right, good night. Saber, I can't sleep. What's up? Your Larson line trended at our con. You should feel proud.
Look like, and as you can probably tell from my tone, it doesn't really match the narrative Emily is trying to present.
But the thing that makes my head spin is I'm like, this is such a destructive and serious thing to allege. And yeah, it happened a long time ago, but what if there is still evidence that you lied? Which, by the way, there is. I was able to get the text messages, and I will continue to push forward.
I knew that Saber had gotten a hold of a way to at least grab the messages. I will say I had to stay so quiet on that. I really, bro, there were times I wanted to just blab so fucking hard, but I couldn't because I didn't want to, you know, break any confidentiality. Like, it was fucking nuts, dude. Like, it is absolutely insane.
I still feel like there's still some stones I need to turn over through the most professional means possible with data retrieval. Though I've spent hundreds so far doing this, hundreds and hundreds. But as it stands, I've at least found enough to say that Emily's lying and that what she has said is definitively untrue.
So welcome to part 2, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we've got a lot to get through, and I don't want to make this one 2 hours, so...
Bullshit. You would love to make it 2 hours, Beckett. You only made it an hour and a half because you're a bitch.
Let's get into it.
The accusation that I sexually assaulted someone is
The fact that I only show up, what? Maybe like, what? Where am I? Where am I? Wait, where I saw me. Bro, the fact that I only show up like in the last 30 minutes is criminal. So rude. But yeah, let's continue.
Completely false.
And that triggered me and upset me.
Being anonymous is more than just not saying your name. It's actually a lot more difficult than you might think.
Something better can come out of this if you can talk to us.
So let's start with an insanely quick TLDR of what's happened since my video came out. If you would like a more full breakdown, I would recommend just going and having a watch of that, but the cliff notes are that I Love Kim Possible a Lot released a video largely focusing on DA games, but also including rape allegations against Saberspark. This didn't go down very well, and has led to the exposure of a years-long conspiracy. The people involved in this bizarre web of intrigue have taken a range of tactics to avoid culpability. From pretending they're not involved and basically knew nothing about it, all the way to smugly tweeting as though they've done nothing wrong. Oh, and Brony Fandom was released from hospital and is now doing everything he can to try and rebuild his shattered reputation.
That fucking reputation's been dead for a while. That reputation's been dead for a while. Oh boy. Oh boy. Bro. This fucking Bonk has such a weird history in my eyes. He's not okay. I can say that for damn sure. Like, he is crazy.
But perhaps, far more importantly, Emu Emmy did an interview with Mr. Enter, and he would release this along with his video on June the 2nd. Now don't worry, we will actually come back to this interview.
Yo, what's up, chat? But, here's the thing. While I have major disagreements with certain parts of Enter's video, this guy, he did a good job. He did good with what he fucking had. So I'm never, ever going to just be like, oh yeah, Mr. Enter is X, Y, or Z. Mr. Enter did literally the fucking best that he could with the evidence he had. And when it's coming from Emu Emmy, it's pretty much nothing.
Because it contains some pretty fascinating information. But for those who've been looking for my take on Enter's video, I think it's broadly speaking fine and what I expected. In many ways, Enter had the far harder job than me, and seems to have worked well with what he had. From here on out, I'm going to work largely on the basis that most of you are going to know what's happened and the parties involved. However, I do think it is worth providing a refresher on Saberspark's accuser, as well as the allegations themselves. On May 1st, 2025, anonymous allegations would drop against Saberspark that he had committed sexual assault. It would then be revealed that the accuser was Emu Emmy, a fairly sized creator largely focused around the Sonic.
I think Enter's video did try to do a lot of guilt by association with Saber. He kept talking about what some other person did that was creepy, which had nothing to do with the specific allegations. Yeah, that's why I say I have a lot of disagreements with how Enter did his video. Do I think he's a bad guy? No, I just don't think he's qualified to cover this stuff.
Fandom, though with a long history involving the Brony fandom. This caused some issue because Emily's history is somewhat complicated, and contains multiple other controversies involving sex scandals. The ones most of you will be aware of will be her relationship with former Sonic voice actor Ryan Drummond, as well as Emily's appearance on Dr. Phil in an episode about her wanting to be a teenage mother. There are a couple of issues with finding out that it is Emily making these accusations. Firstly, this chick has about as much credibility as a homeless man wearing a sign saying the end is nigh, with many of her former issues being outlined in Lance's video The Queen Falls. Though secondly, and most importantly, Emily's testimony reads like it's written about a completely different person.
True. Emmy's whole thing was absolutely crazy. Like, I just find this to be nuts, okay? Like, I just find it to be incredibly insane. Because literally, dude, Emmy's whole testimony, I genuinely feel like she just doesn't know what's going on. And I did watch the video already, so I'm wording everything properly.
If you know anything about Emu Emmy, the statement itself reads like fantasy. Now, because of these text messages, I can say she has omitted key details as to the nature of their relationship. They were far closer than she is claiming in her statements and in her correspondence to other people looking into this story.
Okay, so. Okay, that's that. Let's also make sure I'm reading everything. It's okay. After EQLA, I pulled back. I began wanting nothing to really do with him, stayed in contact with the mutual friends, and just never told any of them. After I started dating my boyfriend, I told him, and there was then that brief interaction at BronyCon where I was very clearly uncomfortable, and then after that, that was it. Did he actively try to get in contact with you during any of that time? No. After I stopped reaching out, he never attempted to reach out. All right.
Story. The reason this is so important is because the accusations against Saberspark are dependent on what their relationship looked like. Emily claims that they had limited interactions ending after November of 2012. In that time, they would have 2 sexual encounters, once in a hotel room and once in a bathroom. Both would take place at conventions, the first at Canterlot.
The idea that fucking Saberspark gets laid. I'm sorry, Saber. I know I'm thinking you may or may not be watching. But yeah. I genuinely dude. Genuinely, I think it's kind of funny. I find it very funny, okay? So, I think it's funny. Nothing against you, man.
Gardens in September and the second at Equestria LA in November. The key to both of these allegations is that Emily claims they essentially came as a surprise to her, with Saberspark essentially forcing her into them. For that reason, she was distancing herself from him and by the end of November wanted nothing to do with him, which causes a little...
Yeah, and I spoke to Saber behind the scenes, so I'm not being rude, chat. I'm not. I'm just being like, I find it funny. Like, bro. Like, Emmy, okay, this is what I mean when I say certain people should not handle serious situations, and people like Brony Fan don't, and I believe KP are genuinely not qualified, and they are people that are dangerous when handling anything of this sort because they cause more harm than good. Now, will I say that they are... This situation, I fully stand behind the fact that Emmy flat out lied. Emmy lied about being raped, and I believe she just needs to actually just fucking hell. She cannot be trusted in any fucking way.
Little bit of an issue when we find a further 6 months of very pleasant correspondence.
Why did you unfollow me? Well, back up. Now what did I do?
Between the two. Though I am pleased to tell you at least one element of all of this has remained consistent for over the last decade, and that would be Emily's anger at rejection. Which brings us to Saberspark, because obviously, since his response came out, he has not been idle. Now, he did speak to us after his response, but that was all off the record, so I tried very hard to balance that in part 1. Because, as you may have gathered, Saber and Emmy did have some kind of a relationship. And for a couple of reasons, Saber wasn't prepared to go on the record and talk about it at that time. The most pressing is that Saber was sure that there would be evidence that would support his innocence in the face of these allegations. So use that time to turn his house...
Oh god. Saber. What the fuck? What do you mean, dude? The fuck? Bro, that's crazy.
Upside down, looking for old hard drives, old phones, anything that may still hold those records. While there have been undoubtedly dead ends, Saber's actually consistently documented the work he's done to prove his innocence. And
I want to old boy from beyond the grave. Let's see. How does eating a banana make you a dork? Lol. Haha, no, the 69 thing. Bananas are anything but dorky. Smiley face. 69ing and bananas, a dangerous but sexy combo. Oh, fuck. Bro, that's crazy. Saber, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Saber. I'm really sorry, but this is just funny. Holy shit. Reading anyone trying to flirt is absolutely insane to me. Like, genuinely fucking crazy. Like, that is fucking funny. Haha, very true. It's also fun. I like how you call it fun. Most people would be like, oh.
Saber and Emmy did have some kind of a relationship. And for a couple of reasons, Saber wasn't prepared to go on the record and talk about it at that time.
Yeah. And from my convo with Saber, it was more just like he's trying to make sure he's able to get the evidence of the shit. So, yeah. That's pretty much it. You know what I mean?
The most pressing is that Saber was sure that there would be evidence that would support his innocence in the face of these allegations. So use that time to turn his house upside down looking for
Old boy from beyond the grave.
old hard drives, old phones, anything that may
It lives.
still hold the
I hate that we don't have cooler cases like that. I kind of like how these old techs still give off insane levels of Saber Spark energy. The humor is so similar in his more adult cartoon reviews.
those records. While there have been undoubtedly
Currently waiting on PC Shop, had to drop Jesus 200 for replacement parts. I'm digging again through storage, found my old laptop and 2 phones plus some SSDs. Ooh, bro. Bro, come on. Bro.
dead ends. Saber's actually
Oh yeah, I already am. Wild to see my past while trying to save my future. Holy shit, this is my old iPhone I used when I texted Emily. That's fucking crazy. Like, that's actually crazy. Because I know trying to get info from like old devices is hard because certain components actually do break down. There's a thing, let me search it up. Why is it harder to get data from old devices? There. So there's a thing called data degradation. So what that means is basically data degradation, corruption of computer data. It's basically how the parts in your devices, in your phone, in your computer, in your laptop, all that stuff actually breaks down over time. And it's either because of like certain components not being made properly or whatever. I find it incredibly impressive that data recovery services exist because I remember watching a Linus Tech Tips video. Sorry, I did not want to singularize the one tech tip, techeth, tippeth, tippy tappies. But that's one of the major reasons, either from water damage or physical damage or something of that nature, or even like a programming error. It's so interesting seeing that when you got to grab this data from an old device, you do run the risk of data degradation or data decay, data rot, bit rot, blah, 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 blah. But the fact that he was able to get this data back is really, really impressive. And like, it is the luckiest thing he could have done.
consistently documented the work he's done to prove his innocence. And
Turning my entire garage upside down. See, this is the one thing I will criticize Saber on. And I know some people won't like it, but chat, boy, oh boy, you're gonna find some haha funnies with this. That iPhone find was a huge find, though. I already feel that was big. A big win. No, it gets better. Why are you using a chair with a cushion? The cushion dies out. Just do a full mesh. A full mesh thing is so much better. I will criticize Saber on that. It is a full mesh, bro. Full fucking mesh. Like, mesh chairs are so much better, and the comfortability doesn't fucking matter.
Timing being everything, Saber would actually only get a hold of these text messages the day enters.
Jesus. Okay. Yeah, bro, that's actually crazy. Bro, no, that's. He spent that much money on data retrieval. That's fucking crazy, bro. Jeez. You eat SpaghettiOs raw, you have zero room to judge other people. I eat spam like an American.
Video goes live. The problem with accusations like these, that are once again over a decade old, is that any response you give outside of some actual bloody evidence will be used against you to paint you as guilty. And Saber seems to have correctly assessed this fact, because its options were insanely limited. Even saying nothing beyond a flat denial has been used against him, and that's understandable. People don't really care what Saber's side is, people care that they hate Saber and want an excuse to take a shot at him.
That's also another thing, especially with the internet. I need to eat treat? No. That sounds evil. Another thing, like, people go on these crazy fucking rants, or like, I guess you could say campaigns to just destroy people. And I understand why people do it. They're just not okay in the head. like come on, bro. But a lot of people do this shit. And remember with the Quite stuff. The Quite situation was along the same lines, because Quite was, let's see. Fucking shit. Motherfucker. Son of a bitch. Fuck. Let's see. Quite had like a huge situation where he was falsely accused. Like, he was absolutely falsely accused. There was no like I think this was like what, a year or so ago? Where is it? Where are you, Quite? Quite, no. Was it, I think it was a year or so ago, right? Am I like losing my mind? No. Quite response. Here we go. 2 years ago, he dealt with these allegations, and he had a long fucking time to work on this because he wanted to make sure everything was accurate. And people still went at him for not responding fast enough, which is fucking crazy. Like, genuinely fucking crazy. Like, like, make that make sense. Okay? Make that make sense, dude.
I get this. There's content creators I don't like, and it's fun to see them fall face first into the dirt. But realistically speaking, without any evidence, his testimony would still be treated as a he said, she said. In situations like that, the question comes down to the credibility of the accuser, which is why Emily was asked over the course of a 3-hour interview to address her former controversies. However, if you even have to have a call that is multiple hours long with an accuser to try and establish their credibility, I'd argue that's not a particularly good sign.
It's really not. And I mentioned that because when I went over the interview with with Emmy from Mr. Enter's channel. I think I went over it being like, let's see, video, Emu Emmy interview. I remember just, and again, this is on the second channel, so always subscribe to the second channel as well. You get a ton of clips, and yeah. But what I'm basically telling you is, look, with this interview, I genuinely thought that it was this weird propping up type of deal where they just wanted something where you're going to have like, oh, this will build up your, it was like a reputation booster. It wasn't a critical interview in the serious sense. And I feel like that's something that a lot of people really wanted. A lot of people really wanted a critical, proper interview that would push. Now, it has been proven that Enter and all of them did push Emmy on a lot of the claims in the background, but it's still not enough. I don't think it was enough because this interview was full of softball questions and questions that were basically leading into, oh yeah, I'm not what they say I am. But maybe that's just me.
And one thing I want to make crystal clear to all of you is that Emily has lied multiple times, both privately and publicly, in an attempt to obfuscate what her relationship with Saberspark looked like. That's not just my opinion, by the way, because once I'd had time to review these DMs, I reached out to Mr. Enter, thinking it only fair that he be given a fuller picture. And as you may imagine, he was fucking pissed. Enter, thanks for chatting with me.
Enter. He made a good video, just not a video up to my standards, but I did not like his video. I just did not.
This is just a very simple one because we've kind of discussed these DMs, but considering the fact that when going through this kind of conversation with Emily, she just outright lied to you about the fact that she pulled away, Saber didn't contact her, and this sort of like their communication ended by sort of late November. Knowing what you know now, I guess what are your thoughts and opinions considering they had another 6 months of correspondence?
I am very angry at Emily. That's for start. Like, it really is indescribable what I feel. Like, anger, annoyance, disgust, because, like, we were some of the people who were talking to her, like, some of the only people who were talking with her, and
that's another thing. Just because I feel like that whole thing because fuck, I'll just say it outright. When I talked to Beckett about it in the background, he let me know that Emily was very cagey, very like, she's skittish, she's gonna run off. There's a chance that the entire thing could just be lost and she'll never like be interviewed or questioned in any way, shape, or form. So I really think that that kind of held back their ability to, I guess, critically question Emmy. While, yeah, I know that Lazy Bedhead gave like the perception that she was very on Emmy's side. I just don't know, okay? I don't know how it's able to really be anything more, if that makes sense. Now, why do I say that? Well, when it comes to that interview, Lazy Bedhead gave the believe all victims mentality, or at least that perception. I did reach out to Lazy on Instagram. I have not heard back. So again, I'm not condemning her. I'm just stating how it came off. If I'm wrong, I'm very happy to be corrected. But it's still very, very crazy.
she still lied to us.
I mean, I think Yeah, I've seen these DMs between you all, and it seems like you were pretty thorough with asking questions. I don't know. It seems crazy that she was so determined to try and spin a narrative to you guys and still couldn't just be honest. Because what I find kind of crazy as well is she could have just said, yeah, I continued talking to Saber for 6 months.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
She could have done any number of things, but like the contradictions are like right there now that we have Saber's information. Maybe she assumed that he'd never be able to find it, which is a stupid assumption.
Well, it's not really a stupid assumption because a lot of people, oh God, on average, actually, no, I'm going to speak personally. Most people don't really think about a device that they had 10 years ago. I don't even think about a fucking phone or a computer I had 10 years ago. So the idea that that Saber would be able to grab all this information from a decade old device or a decade old pair of devices is a very out of this world assumption a lot of the time, because a majority of people just forget, they move on, they just get rid of old devices. So the fact that Saber was able to find it is a fucking miracle. I can't understate that. I can't state that enough. It is a fucking miracle that he found those devices. An absolute miracle.
But like, I don't get the logic. Like, I'm baffled on every level.
Yeah, I do think that she was sort of hedging her bets. And I think because Saber's, you know, it's been a long time. I think Saber says this actually when talking to me. It's, you know, it's like 12 years ago, but you know, it's a hell of a gamble that Saber would have no data at all. And I think that was the bet.
And seems like the bet didn't work.
Considering the shit Brony Fandom has tried to pull with Enter,
I will be talking about the Enter videos later today. I thought one of them was good, the other wasn't. This post is just to give advance warning that I will be critical, at least wait to hear why. I was asked not to for now, I won't be. I'm sorry for those who wanted to hear my thoughts, I will in the future, but I'm not doing so good right now and need time to think. Bro, you have been falsely accusing two people. You've been falsely accusing a guy of being a pedophile and falsely accusing a guy of being a rapist. Come on.
I imagine this felt like the icing on the cake. But don't worry, I'm not about to let Bonk run away from this. So later in this video, we're going to go over his DMs with Enter and the insane
I'm honestly more upset with those parts because I expected you to be harsher towards me than you were. I think it's dangerous and careless that you keep platforming Cope and Seethe with no nuance. The parts of their video that you bring up are illegally provided by Claire. They're not illegally provided. They're not. Yeah, we already read through these before, but I'll read them again. I think you need to fix your mistake, blah, blah, blah. Illegal in that sense. HIPAA violations, like, bro, are you fucking me?
shit he was saying to him. Before all of the fun to come, let's get to why the majority of you are here. The best way I can kind of break this all down for you is firstly to give you Saberspark's testimony, and then we can move on to why these text messages give credibility to his version of events. Now, one
Say, why did you follow me? Steven, I want you to be honest with me. It's making my heart ache thinking you are mad at me to the point to where you unfollow me. After what I've been put through, I deserve some form of explanation.
These text messages give credibility to his version.
It is nothing personal, but when I open my newsfeed, I see like 100 tweets from you. I tend to not follow people who tweet so much. Sorry, it wasn't personal.
Of events. Now, one quick disclaimer. Regular viewers will be aware
I'm just trying to be different and reply to people who want to talk to me. The thing is, and please bear with me on this, but you know I look up to you like a brother. Ah, cringe, 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 woman, cringe. Like cringe, bro, cringe, cringe, my guy, cringe. Okay, I find it very cringe, very wacky, very wild. Very cringe, everybody. Very, very cringe.
That I like to show full interview sections. There's a couple of reasons for this, but it's mostly so you guys get to see the full conversation rather than me linking to some hours-long video
Okay.
that let to see the
That's fair.
full conversation
It's all good. I'll follow you. Thanks.
sections.
I'm sorry for coming off emotional. I've called you a yeah, that's true. That's true, chat. That is very true. I'm just stressing out over things. Then on December 18th,
There's a couple of reasons
did you unfollow me again?
for this, but it's mostly
I've only tweeted like 2 times with these past few hours. What is going on? Because I want to avoid drama.
so you guys get to see the full conversation
I feel like you are latching on to me and I need space. Sorry, Em. I need this for the time being until the doc is done.
rather than me linking to some hours
Why couldn't you be honest with me for all these months? It's not like I'm obsessive over you. It's hard to do my own thing when you have been fooling around with my emotions in the first place. I'm not the only one
long video
at fault.
that, let's be honest, barely
I am the bad guy, and for that, I am sorry. Interesting. Very interesting.
anyone's going to watch. But given that this conversation was largely a very detailed testimony, it is insanely long. So, I'm going to break this up a little bit versus Emily's original statements, and I've also made a couple of edits just to maintain the flow of the conversation. Let's start with how you met Emily.
We connected just from being in the Bernie fandom. 2012 was the year where the fandom really took off. I mean, technically 2010, 2011. But 2012 was when the conventions really showed up in force, where the fandom just took off. There was something just so electrifying about the fandom after BronyCon 2012, which I was able to go to. And I actually went to 4 conventions in 2012. I went to BronyCon, Everfree Northwest, Carolot Gardens, and Equestria LA. And I remember being told by the con chair for Carolot Gardens, who was like, hey, we want to fly you out to Ohio to come to our convention. I'm like, that sounds great. And the rest of the summer, I was looking forward to it. I get to go see my friends again. Everfree Radio, which is Everfree Network at the end of its run. They were going to be there, meeting a bunch of the show staff, hanging out with people, having fun, doing panels, just networking, having a great time. And I was doing Brony videos at the time, like top 10s. I was building a name for myself on YouTube. I think I had around like 20 or 25,000 subscribers. And above all else, I was hosting a podcast with my friend Paleo Steno, and it was called Bernie Breakdown. And we've been doing that since, I think, the beginning of 2012, if I'm correct. Yeah, pretty sure. Actually, it might have even been late 2011. So, in the process of having the show, we got picked up by Everfree Radio for them to work alongside us and host it as well. And I'm pretty damn sure that's how we connected, me and Emily, because she would watch the show. And at that time, like, bronies were so excited to be like, you're a brony? I'm a brony. We should all.
I think, I'm not gonna lie, he's not wrong. Like, back then it was a lot of these like niche fandom groups, or the grouping of like different fans of different movies, shows, comics, and everything of that sort. That kind of was held up in a way that it's more along the lines of just people could not be like fans and be part of a fandom more openly back then. So I'd understand that just because they were bronies and shared interest, that would allow them to like just become friends easier. But it's still really, really fucking I still think it's very, very interesting. But I've also had this rule like, hey, don't date people you meet on the internet, don't hook up with people you meet online. And yes, that includes dating apps. I've tried, it's not worth it, and it's just awkward. But maybe that's just me. Though this does add like another layer of nuance to the way that Emmy and Saber knew each other. The whole, oh, they were friends, they had a good deep connection and weren't just like, oh yeah, I'm just a fangirl who got raped. And the reality is they knew each other well enough that like they knew each other well enough that they decided, you know what? Instead of just being friends, let's fuck. So this adds another layer on top of what's been going on.
All talk on Skype, and that's how we connected. We talked on Skype, and a lot of it was us just initially nerding out over Bernie stuff. She liked my podcast, like my videos. Talked about just the show itself. Episodes are coming out. We would nerd out over that. I think season 2 was already going on during that time, and season 2 was really good. So I was just nerding out, talking about things we enjoyed with the fandom, and how she wanted to do her own podcast with her friend Sandra, which they would eventually launch in August of 2012, called Pegasisters Live, which we all would laugh, being like, oh, we're the boy version with Bernie Breakdown, and you're the girl version with Pegasisters Live.
Eventually, you've been. How long would you say you were talking roughly before you actually met up with Emily?
Say 2 to 3 months, because I remember us chatting. I'd say the start of summertime, and then Cantaloupe Gardens would be in late September. So it was a good 2 to 3 months.
What was the lead up to Cantaloupe Gardens then? What was that like between you two?
Again, just us being friendly, talking about the show. Eventually, the text would turn flirty.
Now, oh god, I'm usually then again, I'm always very paranoid in certain situations, but when it comes to fucking the flirty messages, oh god, it's moving again. There you go. Stop moving. Bad camera. The fact that fucking they were flirty, they were having these flirty convos, does remove the whole idea of like, oh, hey, Emmy just did not know the vibe, did not know everything going on. It just feels like this adds another layer, and we'll be looking into more of the convos later on, but it's still very, very, very fucking clear that Emmy's version of events don't line up.
She told me that she was a mom, but she did not have, that she was no longer with the guy that, her daughter's father. And that would eventually become a discussion of her being single. And I was like, oh, I'm single too. And the conversation would then become more flirty, more fun, with that kind of, back and forth. And eventually we both floated the idea of being friends with benefits and looking at Cantaloupe Gardens as a place where we could potentially...
Wait, they both floated? Like, I know I watched this, but I'm watching again just to get a refresher. But the fact that it's like, immediately goes out of their way to both, I guess, mutually try and organize a friends with benefits thing, that really does remove a lot of the claims Emmy made. Let me, there we go. Yippee. But it's so fucking insane.
Hook up. And at the time, I mean, I was, I was absolutely inexperienced, had no idea. But again, it was nothing where I was like, I wouldn't say I was in over my head, because we definitely went with just, going with the energy of the conversation. Her just really saying, yeah, let's go to the convention, and definitely was keen on the idea of us being friends with benefits.
Okay. So, at least from Saber's side, he's basically painting it as Emmy was the one pushing for a more sexual relationship more than he was. And I'm able to understand, at least being like, when I was maybe 18, 19, 20, the idea of just getting laid with some chick at all was fucking awesome. Like when I was like 18, 19, whatever, I'm thinking, damn, I'm gonna see some titties. But this type of stuff, it's just not it's not what Emmy painted. So it's not surprising that it's going to poke a few holes, and it's funny, I guess. It's funny seeing people like Emmy and Bonk and KP all try and push this narrative.
She says that she was, she positioned you as this sort of creator with this weird power dynamic with her.
Oh, fuck the power dynamic argument. Fuck me. Ugh, all of these fucking power dynamic arguments bother me because majority of the time, oh yeah, a power dynamic. It's not that easy to prove power dynamic arguments because, oh, let's say, okay, you're a creator. I'm a creator. If I'm dating someone, does that inherently mean that I have like a power dynamic over whoever I'm dating? No, that's crazy. Like, genuinely, that's fucking crazy. But it's just that type of argument that bothers me because it has such weird limitations and it does all of this weird shit.
And she was a massive fan and stuff. Do you think that you held some sort of power or influence over her?
I would say no. And I can at least say for myself that I never saw it as such. I always just saw us as friends and that the rapport was genuine and equal. I mean, of course, I was an older guy, but even then, it was I was 23. I think I just turned 23. I was 23 because I remember graduating in spring of 2012, and I was a super senior, so I was 23. No, I never picked up any kind of like, I'd say power discrepancy or anything. It was just, us talking and us having a good rapport and us being friends.
What this early relationship between Saberspark and Emily actually looked like is something that all of us largely have to take on testimony. However, two key things weigh heavily in Saberspark's favor in this regard. Firstly, in my original video, I said, there are of course no perfect victims and none of us should have those expectations. But in a case like this, where there is no evidence for the accusations being made, the credibility of the accuser is basically all I or anyone else has to go on. And even leaving aside Emily's multiple other sex scandals, the more we look into this, the more we find that Emily is being dishonest in this case. If she will happily lie about what her relationship with Saberspark looked like from December 2012 onwards, what makes any of us think she's not lying about what it looked like during the several months when they were seeing each other?
Exactly. Bro. Fuck. Yes, I understand the concept of the perfect victim is not a good idea or a good framework to work under, but the concept exists just because of the idea that one, if you have a victim or a claimed victim that is somehow so uncredible, someone that is known to lie so fucking much, you're not going to get like credible allegations. You're not going to get anything of real value aside from what? What? Oh, you're just going to get someone that's known for lying and it'll throw anything off. So that's the reason why if you have a victim or a claimed victim or whatever that has all of this baggage for like their credibility, credibility, telling the truth, following a narrative, or even just telling what actually happened, you're going to have these problems. And if they have done shit to other people, this is absolutely fucking insane to me. I find it to be insane.
And secondly, these text messages prove that far from Emily's statements to Mr. Enter that she was pulling away from Saberspark having realized that he was in some way abusive, the opposite is true. It was Saberspark who pulled away from Emily. This rejection deeply upset her. That's not just an opinion, by the way, because when we look at her
I maintained friendship. He kept bringing up the prospects of us starting a relationship. My crush on him was something I needed to get over because I felt that my emotions were being toyed with. Why couldn't you be honest with me for all these months? It's not like I'm obsessive over you. It's hard to do my own thing when you have been fooling around with my emotions in the first place. This just really reads like a poorly managed relationship, and it doesn't read like, oh my god, you raped me. The reality does not read that in any fucking shape, so I'm kind of inclined just to be like, oh shit, something's been twisted in a way that's not true.
2025 statement accusing Saberspark, this exact grievance which made me suspicious to begin with is her primary highlighted issue to Saberspark throughout their later correspondence. We can see that her feelings about this haven't changed in over a decade, because between the two statements, the language she uses is basically identical, as she lambasts him for messing with her emotions. Adding further weight,
I think it's because Saber ghosted her and unfollowed her. Dude, she takes that so damn personally, like it's the worst thing someone could have done to her back in the day. Terminally online people should not be fucking taken seriously a lot of the time. Terminally online people are not okay enough to handle situations.
to this, I reached out to her ex-boyfriend Solrak, and when I brought up the fact that the messages indicated that Emily was mad at Saber for ghosting her, Solrak said to me, she takes that so damn personally, like it's the worst thing someone could have done to her back in the day. While none of us were in the room, at this time there is no reason to believe that this was anything other than a consensual and planned hookup at a convention. In fact, Emily's own statements support this.
I had developed a parasocial crush on him, which was something he was aware of. I was a huge fan of and had a crush on him. Bro.
This position, saying that she developed a crush on him and that he was made aware of it. Regarding the claim that Emily would become flirtatious with Saberspark, we
69ing and bananas, a dangerous but sexy combo. Haha, very true. It's also fun. I like how you call it fun. Most people would be like, oh, but you are like yippee instead. Haha. I'm a little different than other girls. Chat. I'm not like other girls. I'm sorry. I thought that was silly. I think that's always a silly phrase to say. Because just being like, I'm not like other girls. I'm silly. I'm a silly little fella. I'm just a little guy having the best time of my life, everybody. Wow. I'm lonely. Entertain me. I'm thinking of a number between 1 to 2473. Guess. 69. No, 103. Wait. 2453. Lol, 69, but no, the answer was banana. Ah, Saber, these are just cringe. Jesus. Holy shit, these are just cringe, my dude. Like, holy shit. Cringe. Fuck, bro. I should have known I had a banana today. Lol, yeah, I'm a dork. Saber, I can't sleep. What's up? Your Larson line trended at our con. Jesus, is someone going? I have a feeling someone's going to end up drawing me as a woman. Someone's going to end up drawing Femme Slug being like, I'm not like other girls, okay? I'm not like other girls. Oh. That's more than likely what's gonna happen.
Can actually look to the messages in 2013.
But yeah, these are flirty. These are flirty as fuck. Let's not get anything twisted here. These are flirty. These are flirty messages. These are meant to be flirts. These are flirtations. Flirtations of the highest degree. Oh god damn it, TF2. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Why? Why? Oh why? Oh why? But geez. But these are obviously flirty. So there was reciprocal like consent, mutual interest. So
After Emily broke up with Solrak, where she would return to this behavior. And once again, I'd like you to keep in mind that this is proof that her testimony is fundamentally unreliable, because she has claimed during the period these messages were sent, she had already pulled away from Saberspark and cut contact with him. One thing I have heard ad nauseum from the Believe All Victims side is that we should not make victims recount and relive embarrassing events when they have suffered abuse. And I'll be honest with you, I don't necessarily disagree with that position, so it feels deeply fucked up that these people have forced Saber to have to do just that.
now I kind of agree on the thing of like that's always the issue. Whenever you're covering a topic that involves like someone who has or allegedly has or anything involving the idea or concept of someone being a victim in any way, that is I'm not going to lie, that is one of the hardest decisions, because you do have to make a choice whether or not you want to re-traumatize the individual by again making the fucking bringing up the claims, the situation over again. So you get stuck in a weird ethical dilemma whenever you're dealing with a situation like this. And I know Bonk doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care about how people feel, doesn't really give a shit about who gets hurt, about what. Nothing matters to him. He doesn't care. He's more along the lines that as long as someone is the bad guy in the narrative that he's painting, there's that. Now, a lot of people still have that believe all victims mentality, and it's not rooted in a way that it's seen as, it's not rooted in anything bad when people do that. It's rooted in this innate nature that people are good, people want to help, people want to make sure that they're doing the right thing. Now, when it comes to the idea of believe all victims without evidence, then you get to people that are just like, I heard it, so it must be true. That type of thing is dangerous. While it comes from a good place a lot of the time, it's also common among people that don't really critically think. They don't think critically about the information that they're given. So it leads to situations like this where people are harassed, stalked, fucking even killed over shit that's never been proven. There are situations like this. So it's dangerous to peddle allegations like that. So while I try and just, because I'm not going to really try and be like, oh yeah, I'm this moral arbiter. No. Some people just believe that if you're told an allegation, it must be true. And most people just believe what's said on face value because most people don't expect others to lie. That's just how they are.
To defend himself. I mean, at the time, was she friends with just you? Did other people know about her? What does that wider group dynamic look like?
So the main group I would roll with at conventions being the Everfree network people, Everfree Radio at the time, and Paleo. At the convention, I shared a room with Paleo Steno, again, my co-host for Burning Breakdown, our friend Hirasashi, a burning musician by the name of So Great and Powerful. We had a lot of people shoved in our room. Bajati, the con chair of Everfree Northwest, and then Rob Bob, who is a friend of ours to this day. And
so how many people are we talking here?
In that room?
Yeah.
Oh, in the room, because we had a king size bed, and we were all shoved in the same room. Where Bajati and Rob Bob asked if they can crash on the floor in the fold out couch. And we said sure, but it was there was Silent too. He was a burning musician, so it was me, Paleo, So Great and Powerful, Hirasashi, Silent, Bajati, and 7 people.
And would they be able to sort of testify to that? I guess, if that's the word for it. Like if they were asked, they were like, "Yeah, the room was full of people."
Yeah, absolutely. And Paleo's already on record saying that.
So let's talk about your interactions at Canterlot Garden. Walk me through your version of events.
Yes. So, again, inexperienced. And I did not tell my roommates that me and Emily had plans to hook up at our hotel room. And it was during the convention when most folks were on the con floor, where Emily and I both, holding hands, took off to my room, and we sat down. I was, shooting the breeze with her, talking about YouTube videos and projects and her own podcast and everything. And then it went, just mutually, just feeling the vibes of the room, to kissing, and then moved to the bed. And that's where we, had intercourse. Though I was not good at it. I was extremely nervous. There was so much.
Saber, why do we need to hear about your fuckingings? Like, bro. Like, this is actually nuts. Because, for one, I find it... Because it's an awkward hookup. Let's be honest. It's just an awkward hookup. And I'm thinking Emmy is getting, like, convinced of this, or she's just that, like, unhinged, and she wants to just claim this shit to be a forever victim. I'll give him that. Yeah, chat, points for honesty.
Many things, and it wasn't that she made me nervous. It wasn't her. It was the idea of someone walking into the room, because I was like, I didn't tell anybody, and they have keys to the rooms, and I just feel like so embarrassed if they walked in and just saw my butt or whatever. But
it's actually relevant because Emily makes a comment on his performance later. That's true. I do remember hearing that when I watched it during the premiere. Because, of course, if you were to take a looky-loo,
yeah,
you could see me somewhere shit posting. There it is. It's a me just shit posting. But yeah. I don't like the idea of having to learn about the guy's sexual encounter, but it's more along the lines of Emmy gives a completely different series of events, and it's really troubling. Like, extremely troubling.
I couldn't really perform. That was the main thing. I was really embarrassed, and we were able to have a little bit of intercourse, but only for, like, I'd say not even for a minute. And ultimately I was like, I can't do this. I can't. And that's why, I was like, let's just call it for now. Let's just, keep hanging out. And I was also extremely busy at the convention, which, I said, let's hang out. And we really never really hung out after that, the rest of the convention. She would text me about wanting to hook up again. I remember her texting me, hey, let's party. I remember I was on a panel after that, and she was in the audience in the front row, like, waving at me. And I remember her texting me saying, we should, let's party again later, winky face. But we never did, because, again, the room was shared by multiple people, and then also just never had the time. I was in so many interviews that I was hosting for Everfree Radio and for myself.
I mean, is there anything else about, I guess, Canterlot Garden? Because, I mean, the way this seems to be described from her side is she froze up, she locked up, she started disassociating, then phoned her friend straight afterwards. I mean, obviously these seem like, different interactions. I've got, we've got no way to know who that friend was. It seems odd to me, obviously, if you've got sort of testimony of there were multiple people in this who had access to this room. This is the moment you pick to rape somebody. I'm just wondering if there's anything else here that's, could come to light, or that was done, said, anything else you can remember?
No, I mean her recollection of events are incorrect. We're both having fun enough for her to text me afterwards about wanting to hook up later at the convention. She never froze up. It was just a enthusiastic mutual hookup, one that I couldn't perform. I couldn't. Just enough to have basically the definition of intercourse. But after that, I was like, I can't. And I went to the bathroom after that, and I was like, cleaning myself off because I was way too anxious. I was way too nervous of the idea of my friends walking into the room, because that would be just something I didn't want that. And I realized how bad of an idea it was to do this in a room where like I have all my friends sharing it, and also a bed that they share as well.
I mean,
So
she seems to have a very specific memory of you saying friends afterwards.
I did say that because, again, the running joke that we had leading up to that was friends with benefits. So we'd say friends. So that is something I said afterwards. My entire thing when I'm feeling insecure and embarrassed is self-deprecating humor, and I'm like, well, wasn't that good? Oof. But friends, and she laughed and said friends too. So that was our running gag, our running joke.
But one awkward.
Yeah, I'm still, even because here's the thing. The only stories that I'm able to go off of or compare is one with no evidence, no proof, and she immediately is just like, oh, he raped me and X, Y, and Z, but every other time to prove any form of connection or interaction, it kind of fell on deaf ears. And again, I do have to look at her past because she's also been known as the woman that's like, I want to be a teen mom. Like, that's not a normal thing that people want to do, especially when they're young. I think it's very strange.
Sexual encounter wouldn't explain why Saber began to pull away from Emily. The truth of that is a little more complicated. For those of you who've been paying attention to Emily's history and patterns of behavior, I don't think this part's going to come as much of a surprise to any of you.
So after that, we kept texting, Skyping, and she told me prior to the convention that she had an IUD. So I remember asking her about condoms, and she said, don't worry about that. I have an IUD. And that she got it after she had her kid. And I took her word for it. And so we had unprotected sex. And after the convention, I was super anxious because at the time I was living with my mom. I was a lifeguard with no savings, and I just finished college. So I had no prospects and no way to really pursue anything serious because I needed to work on myself. So the anxiety started to get me when she told me she wasn't getting her period. And I was like, oh my God, is she pregnant? Which is, I'm like, how?
Oh, the pregnancy scare shit. Oh, that always sucks. I'm not going to lie. It always sucks whenever you have a pregnancy scare because it's like, damn it, bro. Come on. No. Because it's a pain. It's a fucking pain.
How? With an IUD and also me not finishing. But also me Googling, that didn't help with the idea of like, well, technically, there's other ways from just, you don't have to climax in order to procreate. And that ate me up. It ate me up for a month. And I remember texting her being like, can you please get a pregnancy test? I will pay for it, please. And she would say no, she was just too scared. And she would rather wait until Equestria LA a month later to meet up with me and we can talk about it then. So it was a
Bro, the fucking pregnancy scares suck. They're scary, okay? They just fucking suck. They are anxiety destroying events. They just destroy all like semblance of sanity for a while. Like, it's absolutely insane how people like that will just, like, the pregnancy scares just suck, okay? So I understand Saber's situation.
month of just pure anxiety. I remember being in my bed one night where I started crying, and I was like, God, please, please let this not be the case. I'm not ready to be a father. I was ready to accept, anything that would happen. But at the same time, I was just it was gut wrenching just waiting for that news, because I knew I could barely take care of myself, let alone, potentially having a kid. And just that waiting for that other shoe to drop just gave me, just gut rot. So that was the main thing. There were still friendly interactions in the meanwhile. We still had a rapport. We still were cordial and everything. But the main thing was just the anxiety of waiting, because for some reason she didn't want to take a pregnancy test, even though I asked her. But again, it's her decision. I can't force that. So I'm like, okay, we'll just wait till Equestria LA, because she said she wanted to do it in person.
How long a time was that between Canterlot and Equestria LA?
Canterlot Gardens ended. It was September 30th is when they wrapped up, and then Equestria LA was in early November. I think it was November 2nd to the 4th.
And now we're starting to see a better picture of why that second hookup didn't look like the first one.
I think it's just because the second hookup was more along the lines of, just, hey, horny, let's fuck. And I still just can't view it other than just really awkward hookup. It's an awkward relationship in general. And these are internet nerds and bronies who usually are not very socially adept. So, yeah.
They were already experiencing issues with their casual relationship. This potential pregnancy deeply troubled Saberspark, and from his perspective, that's not really a surprise. He knew Emily's history, he knew she already had a kid, and let's be honest, at the time, this guy's biggest achievement in life was making videos about cartoon ponies. This isn't somebody anywhere near ready to be a father. It is interesting, isn't it, that this was completely omitted from Emily's original statements. I imagine because this fact makes it quite clear that their relationship was somewhat closer and more familiar. Period came and stuff, that was one, and it was completely omitted from Emily's original
What? What did I do?
statements. I imagine because this fact makes it quite clear that their relationship was somewhat closer and more familiar than Emily paints in her accusation. However, I was surprised to find one reference to this from Emily. While being questioned by Mr. Enter, she does
Okay, so what are your interactions like in between the two events? The month between the two, after the first and before the second? Yeah, that October, I think it was. Yeah, Canterlot was end of September, EQLA, beginning of November. So for all of October, did you guys talk at all about what happened? We texted still. I'm a little embarrassed to say. I remember texting him worried about getting pregnant because his period came late, and him telling me he could handle it but my period came and stuff. That was pretty much it. I want to cry thinking about how younger me just took all this shit. I hate it.
bring up this potential pregnancy.
This video has me crashing the fuck out because, good lord, this level of cold hard fact checking was fucking legendary. So true. So fucking true. Here's the big thing. I view it as fucking... It's just a reality check that fucking... Bonk is crazy. Bonk is not okay mentally. He's a genuinely insane individual. And I wish I was joking with how fucking psycho he is. I know, but am I wrong? Am I wrong, chat? I do not believe I am wrong.
Saying, I remember texting him worried about getting pregnant because my period came late, and him telling me that he would handle it if so. But my period came and stuff, that was pretty much it. Enter would respond, the details do help paint a picture. And he's not wrong. It's just unfortunate for Emily that the details of this story make it clear that she is lying about stuff. And every time she gets caught obfuscating the truth or manipulating the narrative, it further chips away at what little credibility this woman has. that then brings us to
That's true, because I remember going through the document and it's like, okay, Emmy did all this shit, but the interview with Enter, Lazy, and Phineas was just like, oh, let's fix your credibility before we talk about any of the serious allegations, because all the shit in the past wasn't relevant, and a lot of people are like, oh yeah, no, this person just accused Saber Spark of rape. I think more importantly, it's getting to the bottom of that entire claim.
EQLA. Were you in a big room share again? Like, how many other people are sort of with you?
This time around, I was sharing a room. I'm pretty damn sure it was with Paleo and Dusty Cat and Screwball. There was I'm pretty sure it's either 2012 or 2013, but it was a room where we had I still had 3 roommates, because that was always like the standard for the longest time. We were at the Alpine Inn near Anaheim, near Disney, so that was a lot of fun. And that was my room situation, while Emily was some other hotel in that area. There's a big block of hotels.
Okay. So I'm assuming you'd planned to meet up then.
Yes.
So, but you planned to meet up for a pregnancy test. So what happened with this other apparent interaction where you took her into a bathroom? I think she's mentioned.
I'm sorry, Saber, but from that like imagery, the mental image is just like, ah, yes, we must meet up so you can piss on a pregnancy test. Like, oh god, I feel like it's very funny, just the concept, just the mental image. It's like, we must now meet up. Why? So you can piss on a pregnancy test. We must verify it through pissing in person. We must verify because we will piss in person. Only in-person pissing is allowed. You can only piss once, and it has to be in person, so we can verify that there was piss. Gosh. Oh, fuck.
Something about a basement.
Yeah, she claimed that. So we met up at a hotel on, I'm pretty sure it was Thursday or Friday. It was a 2-day con. I think it was a Friday, Saturday convention. So it was either Thursday. It was the day before the convention. And we met up. There was like this not basement, but this lower level at this nice Hilton hotel. I'm pretty sure it was a Hilton. It was a nice hotel in the area. And I remember meeting up with her and we hugged. And again, just niceties. You know, I definitely felt this anxiety.
It sounds like a TLC plotline, yeah. Well, to be fair, she wouldn't do it on her own. What do you mean? Does she want... Yo, what's up, Brian? How you doing? Does she want him to fucking piss with her? Bruh.
Just waiting. I want to know the answer is the main thing. And at that point, I wasn't angry at Emily, you know? I'm not angry at her. I was confused that she wouldn't do a pregnancy test, but I'm like, let's just, you know, now we're here together. And we're asking her, we start walking around the hotel, by the way, just catching up. And we went down to like this gym floor, and we sat down on this bench, and she was laying her head against me. And I remember being like, you know, can we do the pregnancy test? Because my anxiety was in the...
Yeah, like, I don't blame him for having his anxiety. And I will say this, ladies, if you say you're going to take the pregnancy test, just take it as soon as possible. Don't be a dick. Don't be a fucking asshole being like, oh, I'm waiting till later. Like, that's such a dick move. It's really a dick move. It's comparable to like someone saying, oh yeah, I'll get an STD test, and just wait until like an event to go to just to take it. That's a dick fucking move, though. It's a dick move.
The better of me, where I'm like, you know, I would, this is nice hanging out with a pretty girl, but like, I still want to find out. And she was like, no, I'm not ready for that. Like, can't we just, hang out? Can't we just, hang out and have fun? And I'm like, okay, I guess it can wait till the end of the convention. And yeah, her resting her head against me turned flirty, and just her and I start kissing. And then she grabs my hand and we stand up and we both mutually, walk to the bathroom. And it was empty. The entire floor was completely, empty. There was like some people in the gym nearby. It was a big gym. But yeah, we went into the bathroom and she, did that for me because she wanted to take the edge off for me. She's, I know you're nervous, and we did that. And again, it felt like, we're in a bathroom. If someone walks in, like before, what if someone walks in and my anxiety's getting the better of me?
That's I remember, and so I understand Saber's concern because I've been walked in on. Yep, I remember it was awkward, and so I was hooking up with someone, and I'm not gonna lie. I remember that for one, her and I were hooking up, and she had a roommate, but the roommate came in midway, and it was like a whole scene. I'm like, oh no. So it's awkward. It's not fun. It is not fun to be walked in on, and especially for like I guess spontaneous thing. So I really really do think that it's awkward. No, this was not the Dr. Pepper thief. It was a different woman. But I will say, I still feel bad because, like, yeah, should have planned it better or just not done it in a place that would have been, like, an issue. So, but it happens. Say lovey.
In tandem with knowing that there's also the anxiety of waiting for this pregnancy test. I was able to perform a bit better this time around, but yeah, it was again a mutual hookup. That was always the energy, always through consent, always through just us talking, vibing, picking up just like body language as far as her kissing me, touching me, and me reciprocating. So that was that. And again, I see it as we were still friends with benefits, even though we're waiting for this. I wanted an answer for this question, but we're still friends with benefits.
So I believe her claim was, you pushed her into an elevator.
And the part where it's like, oh, it's a mutual thing. No, this one did not take my Dr. Pepper. I am safe, chat. But the fact that, well, not fact, I guess, the side for Saber's side that for one, they were reciprocally, it was reciprocal. They were mutually feeling each other up, for lack of a better phrase, and it just felt so, I don't know how else to put it, but it feels like Emmy wanted something to be said about this. And even then, we're going to bring up a comment that was left on here. Let's see, newest first, and we go to top comments. As an ex-friend of Emmy, I can promise you that she has always been like this, always has an excuse for her horrendous behavior, uses her trauma, memory lapses, illnesses, everything in the book as the perfect reason why she is always the victim. When she is clearly in the wrong, she will never change. I hope Saber can find peace after all of this. Yeah, it's blatantly consensual. Blatant consensual sexual interactions. Blatantly. Just blatant. Okay?
And were quite aggressive with her and hurt her. So none of that really occurred, or because
I never was aggressive, and I never hurt her. I don't recall the elevator. I don't know why we would go up to go back down. I do know the bathroom was at the bottom floor, but no, I was never aggressive or pushing her or
So-
shoving her.
So I believe, again, this is her claim. We met in a public space, but no one was around, and we talked for a while. He kept bringing up prospects of a starting relationship, but how it felt wrong. He grabbed my hand, saying how it felt so right. I need to push my hand away, saying, but so wrong. Is there any sort of reference there that you can think of as to why she'd say something like that?
I don't recall. I don't remember us even talking about being in a relationship. But there was the talk about, like, okay, what happens if she is pregnant, which is like I would stay by her side, you know, because I'm not gonna, you know, that's potentially my kid, so I wasn't going to like abandon her. But as far as like it feels wrong, it feels right, it feels wrong, it feels no, no. I was seeing this with eyes wide open of how.
Oh God. This is from Wiggles RNA in the Discord. Oh God. Oh fuck. Oh, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. That's a lot. That's a lot to take in. God damn. I made this joke like how far back in the how far back in the stream chat? How far back did I make this joke? Fuck. Oh God. 10 out of 10. Perfect. Holy fucking shit. That's crazy. We all know Fem Slug would be an e-girl, but Fem Slug would also build Legos way too often. But holy shit, that's crazy work. It's adorable. I love it. I'm not like other girls. Better than your girl, silly slug. That's cute. I like that. That's very nice.
Deathly serious this is if she's pregnant, which you know, surprise surprise, she was not.
So I mean, like, her original claim is going to a more public space around others and went to an elevator to go to the lobby of the PonyCon hotel. So was this so this isn't the PonyCon hotel, and it's the day before the con anyway, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, because the convention was held at the hotel.
Okay. People were present. She felt embarrassed and guided me towards the stairs to go back down to where we were, just into a men's restroom, where he pulled his pants down and guided my hands and head towards performing oral sex on him. So, I mean, so your account of this is actually she was more kind of trying to guide you in that way? Am I
I
getting
wouldn't
that
say
right?
I wouldn't. It was mutual. I'm not saying that you know. I'm not saying like, oh, it was just her. I was innocent, and she grabbed me and shoved me into the. No, it was again us sitting on this bench nearby, her laying her head on me, her and I start kissing, and then we both mutually, you know, went to the bathroom where we did some more kissing, which led to other things.
Okay. Are there any other sexual interactions between you two?
That's it.
I just find it so fucking. It's a consensual hookup. It's just a consensual hookup that ended awkwardly. I'm not seeing like this big overarching thing. And if I can't see it, more than likely, people would just view it as, oh, if you report it to the cops, you're not going to get anywhere and you have no evidence. And all the communications between is just bleh. It's cordial, it's fun. And even during that, even afterwards, y'all still interact. You would not fucking be friendly with your fucking rapist. Okay? Most people, if they were raped, would not be friendly to their fucking rapist. I swear. I fucking swear, dude.
One part of these interactions which has always struck me as quite odd is that Emily is incredibly vague or outright dismissive of any further interaction.
All right, so after this entire event, what happened? Everyone went to their rooms and such. Yes, I went up to my room. Friend was laying down, took a shower and laid down. I don't know where Saber went. At that point, I really didn't care to know. Did you pass by him at the hotel again? For any of the other nights you were there? One of the nights we were in the lobby area together, kind of, but I was talking to other people, as was he. Do you know which night that was? This part was in the vlog. It was Saturday night, so 2 days after the incident happened. We had mutual friends, so that's why we were sharing these spaces. All right, he was staying at the hotel, right? But we weren't directly interacting. I believe he was...
between the two of them.
I believe he was, but I can't confirm 100%. I never saw his room there. Like, bro... destroying your own credibility speedrun. Let's go.
Presenting herself as instantly disgusted and just wanting to escape the clutches of Saberspark. We can find another example of this in her DMs with Mr. Enter, as he begins pressing her on what their interactions looked like for the rest of the convention. Emily denies any further direct interactions, which is interesting, because EQLA was not some random event. It also contained the screening of the Brony documentary involving John Delancey, which feels like something...
This is probably going to be my only chance to ask this, so I'm going to go for it. Did you or any of the other people on the staff ever watch my project about bronies? I don't ask to be pretentious, but it would be cool to know if I helped out in any way with my video. By the way, solid doc. You cleaned it up a lot since the pre-screening at EQLA. Quite enjoyable.
Emily would remember, especially because there is another interaction between the two of them with witnesses. So, after that happened, after the bathroom, what happens then?
So, that was another busy convention. That was the one where they were showing the premiere of the Brony documentary from John Delancey and Michael Brokoff, which was a big deal at the time. So it was a big old crowd-funded thing. It was a work in progress screening, and also the convention was busy, just running around to different panels, also doing more interviews and being involved with the Everfree radio guys. I'd see her at the convention, and she would text me wanting to hang out, but again, just I was too busy. I was booked the entire time through, and the only time I can really recall seeing her was when we left. It was in downtown Disney, is where this movie was being screened, the cut of the Brony documentary. I remember going there with AC Race Best and with Paleo and a handful of other folks. I remember Hot Diggity Demon was also in the audience. It was a really interesting evening watching the cut for the documentary because it wasn't that good. I digress. When we walked out of the theater screening, we were all very, being very critical, very opinionated. And I remember looking to the side, and I saw Emily like leaning against the wall with her friend Sandra, and it's almost like Emily was waiting for me to come out, because then she saw me, and then she looked forward and she started to pass out. I don't know if she was pretending or not, but she started to pass out.
Like, bro, I remember the KP drama coming out of that documentary. Oh God. And involving this, if like I think Emmy would fucking remember if she passed out at a fucking convention, at an event, dude. Like that would be a major thing that's brought up, because you wouldn't just pass over that being like, oh, I passed out at this. There would be evidence, or at least Emmy being like, oh yes, blah, 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 blah. Saw this, saw that. But the fact that Emmy glosses over like a shit ton of context and just gives these weird fucking like Cliff's Notes allegations, it's weird.
And being like, oh my gosh, Sandra's like, oh my gosh, she needs help. Now I'm a lifeguard, so I know some first aid, and I walked up over to her along with Palin and Jeffrey, AC Race Best, and we're just saying, let's get you some water. You okay? And Sandra's like, I need you all to stay here with her. You know, she can't be alone. And ultimately, I can't recall. I think we actually called one of the Disney people came over to actually help out because they're like, hey, we're actually have like first aid people. But ultimately, we didn't stay around for too long because someone else intervened to help out Emily and Sandra.
Oh boy. Apparently Cuban's able to talk about this. Let's see. Let's see if Cuban isn't wasting our time today. Let us see, chat. So, yeah. Cuz this would have been mentioned like if fucking Emmy had all this shit. Like if Emmy was in like doing this shit actually fucking just outright talking and doing all this shit, talking to these people, and passed out at fucking Disney, that would have been known. That would have been widely fucking known events that happened in this story. Oh, God. Yes, Cuban? Hello? Motherfucker, you're muted. Why? For fuck's sake, one sec. I can't hear a fucking thing. That's actually very annoying. Let's see. Oh, not input. Output. Yo, what's up, man? One sec, one fucking second. I got this shit properly done. There we go, desktop. Yeehaw. There we go. Boom. Okay, apply. Okay.
So, going to just light experience, former law enforcement officer, now with campus safety at a local university. And I also had victim experience of this. So, main experience I have of people saying usually after events like this, and especially like certain stuff, is sometimes they don't remember things at first in the moment, but usually after years or something, like certain stuff will come back, certain things like that. So the part of going wrong is sometimes people can say that they've forgotten certain aspects, but since I'm gonna say this, I've been a victim of before of certain things, and at first I didn't remember it all, but then I started really getting more details in. I started remembering certain stuff like that. A lot of that is something like that, and that seems like something that's very true. Is like if you remember passing out, you would have remembered you were uttered that and said is like, "Hey, I passed out," or "Hey, I would have done that." You would remember more detailed stuff.
Yeah.
Another thing is the way this is handled is completely terrible. Is like you said, is like it's under law. Let me say this is like I follow the Clery Act or Clare. I can't say it right. It's CLERY, and I also used to follow the local state law, which is the Colorado law. Which this would be a more consensual relationship, but if it's a more of a consensual relationship, how we would look at as a law enforcement point is how did this happen? Was this more forced? Was this like that? Is this more dating violence? If we're like, let's say if this happened on a campus, would we be looking at this as dating violence, or from a law enforcement thing, or would we be looking at this as DV? And what was the force? What would be the use like that? And then also that comes down into really a lot more things. And when we speak more, when to say is like, what's the victim's name? Emmy. I am sorry if I don't want to get her wrong. Is that right?
Yeah, Emmy's not a victim though. All the evidence points to like it was a consensual hookup.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is I've had experience with people that say is like come after fact there was a DV. I actually went to in person. Person came in the scene. I came on scene. I had my body cam on, and I asked them, what had happened, what had caused this. And this woman said, "It's like I'm breaking up with my boyfriend. She sexually assaulted me years ago," and that I was like, and then I started investigating. This was all consensual. At first, is like one consensual. That's the problem. Is like you have to go to when you go to court and to prove this stuff, you have to prove there was a consensual, non-consensual thing. Is like, did you say no? Or it's like, which is again, it sucks, but you also have to be able to go to court and say, yes, this person had done this person had done it. And you have to say that consistently. If something like, hey, there's certain stuff like that, and also like other people saying, hey, this happened this time, and also it's about who outcries too, the outcrier, because Emmy could have said this to, luckily, like Kim, KP, and Brony Fan don't. They're the outcrying person, but they're also going to probably be questioned on why they do this. The also another thing is how malicious. What's the reason? Why did you do this? When I bring up the whole DV kind of thing, no one got arrested in that DV, by the way, but we had the talk and they say it's like, why was this brought up? Why was this like? Why did this girl feel like she wanted to mention this now and not back when this initially happened, or something like that? And that's something that goes in a lot of DV investigations and why we look at that in a certain way. We have to make sure we're covering our ass, because a lot of states now have laws that say, especially Colorado. Colorado's law is anyone that had an intimate relationship. This is actually an intimate relationship, and we would have to consider the facts and the truth of the matter. The fact is, this meets a intimate relationship in the context of Saberspark and the victim, but how was this? Why was this brought up? Why would let's say if we got the police involved, why would now be the time for someone to speak up? We have to look at that. It's like, why would they bring this up? Is this like to get a rise out of something? Because that's also another thing. DAs will not bring up something if it's vague and they can't get a true case out of it, because again, the internet has kind of agreed now that has agreed that Saberspark has been proven innocent and KP and everyone else fumbled it. Even if it was correctly done, there's still like the aspect of this started as a consensual relationship. What led to now this being a problem? What led to this now? And the problem is if someone said to at the time is like, hey, I passed out, I did all this stuff, and I was like, well, that wasn't brought up in the initial report. What happened like that? And then especially that is like, someone would also try to bring up trauma. And that's also another thing is, when I bring up my trauma, I have trauma around certain people now. Like,
Yeah.
I will vaguely, there's times where I'm like, I will fidget around and like stay away from certain stuff. Like, and it could be with anyone. It could be someone like I've known for years, and I just suddenly get the vibe of like, I don't want to be in this room anymore, or I don't want to be as close anymore, or I do not want to be touched, or something like that. Again, that could be my autism, but it also could be like, hey, I've had the victimization, and that's also the thing is, if the victim is saying is like, hey, I was traumatized, and this is like that someone could bring up is like, but you let him get close to you again. And then if someone knew this too, why would you leave them alone?
Alongside that, like any defense attorney, like if you were to like when people make these allegations, a lot of people do have to understand that this has to be evaluated seriously, not just, oh, they said it happened and they sounded like they were telling the truth. That's not how it works.
And that's the true thing is like, there's evidence and there's evidence like that. There's always possibilities that like, but that's like I said, is like, if this became something is like sour, and like, I think at first, didn't they say they were saber choked the victim, correct? Am I thinking about?
So I don't believe there was any like claim of choking. If I'm wrong, chat can correct me. But outright, right, this is because every single thing, Emmy claimed that Saber was forceful, aggressive, and a physical threat, or a physical like issue, if that makes sense.
Okay, that's a
but
good point.
but his side of the story is like, no, this was completely consensual. It was awkward, but it was completely consensual. And the text messages between Saber and Emmy confirm like there was no like idea of like, oh, something's going wrong here. You know what I
And
mean?
and yeah, and that's the true thing is, again, when we bring up stuff like that, and again, let's say I'm gonna use my Sona's name is to say I, Officer Tacoma, respond to the victim for a report of a sexual act done to them. The questions, again, we're gonna treat this as very careful as can, is like police departments have this high standard now of like, we, again, it's the believe victims, but again, get what we need, the facts. They're like, the facts, of course, is like, how did this happen, when did this happen, where did it happen? So what most departments will establish is LOVID, and that is location, um offense, identification of the suspect, sorry, LOVID, I'm trying to think off that, date and time. Yeah, I think I got all of LOVID. If I
Victim
didn't, and,
identification.
yeah, well, no, identification would be identification of suspect, and also I forgot venue. So this venue would be, believe it was in California. It happened in California, so it would have to, this would have to be brought up to that, and then the questions will go down. Is like, do you want to press charges? Do you want this, that? What do you want happen? Because that's another thing the DA is going to want to ask is like, does this person want to go to court? That's another special thing is you also have to ask this, is this person willing to press charges? You can't just say that like you can out this stuff, but the problem is when you out this stuff, you also have to consider what the DA is going to say. What this thing is, sometimes, like I say this after over a million times. That's why I don't usually like when people will go to the internet and confess to it. It's fine if you can confess to the internet if the police aren't responding to it, but most departments, majority of departments, do not want to see their department, quote, ignored a sexual thing. Is
Because that's
departments,
like lawsuits and more than likely some like funding issue, and it's just bad public perception
and
for the
especially this,
yeah.
this is also coming down to, this comes down to a, like I said, this comes down to a DV. This is would be in my state statute. This would be more considered on a DV thing. I'm gonna put an asterisk. This might be what California would also consider it. Again, I'm not a California law enforcement agent. I have never been. I only been
Yeah,
in
this
California once, and that was
it
to
would
Disneyland.
depend, it would all depend on like California rules, regulations, yada yada yada.
Yeah, and again, like I said, the LAPD would get the, or LA Sheriff, LAPD, Orange County, whatever county, whatever fuckfest is, that they would get to make the final say, but most likely they would write the report. This would probably be, I don't know if they have it, but this would be like a street check, or this would be like a letter to the detective, and the detective will probably look at it and say, is like, do we need to go further? They'll talk to the victim, they'll get the victim's information. And again, this has to be like considered whenever, and I do have to say this, whenever people say is like, hey, I want to press charges on something, you have to consider one thing whenever you say you want to put the story out there, is
Let's see.
the difference
Maybe
between
she from chat, maybe she feels embarrassed that they hooked up, and because she doesn't like that it happened now, that somehow means she was forced back then. No, just accept your bad choices in life and move on. Exactly.
that
Fucking
is a problem.
exactly.
That is a problem because, again, like I said, sometimes the law is black and white.
Yeah.
And it's up to the responding officers responsible for DAs, the city, the state, and everyone to consider what it is. And I'm saying on the part of law enforcement, this would most likely get written down. And that's the thing is, law enforcement, I would say they would make the arrest, but the problem is law enforcement would only make the arrest just because of the allegations. and they don't want that. It's like that's why I say is like if these are serious enough, they'll investigate it. If again, like I said, is like if it's much more serious, if it's serious enough where they can say is like, hey, we have probable cause for arrest, and that's another thing police will have to come up is like, what's the probable cause? The probable cause here is it could have happened like that, but why is it now? Like, why are we
Yeah,
doing this now?
why did they just not fucking take action when it happened? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and again, like I said, is like it's always possible. Like the victim's scared and all that stuff, and that's why I'll never say the victim said scared of it. Like when I came out with my story, I was actually legitimate scared because again, I was a lot younger, and it was between a friend and it was or a former friend, but like I was scared at the time. I wasn't
Yeah,
like
like I
I wasn't.
understand that. It's just with things like this, when people go to the internet over it, for me at least, it feels like there is a huge, huge fucking issue being had there where now it's
And that's
like am I wrong in saying that if they're going to just go to the internet, I don't think that they're really having any issues, if that makes sense?
yeah, and that's also what I was gonna say. Is like the problem is like yes, the internet could push for justice, but again, it's like it could be like the Harvey Weinstein stuff. That came out and it came out. I think it came out on the internet, came out in interviews, and came out all that. That's when like the LAPD and everyone else was like, "Hey, we've had reports of this, and like it's like, hey, we've looked at it. These seem true. These seem legitimate. This is like something like that." And the LA and the police departments will sometimes come out and say, "It's like, hey, we fumbled the bag. We get it. We're bad at this. We didn't know at the time. We we didn't know how to connect it." And like this always happens. Every police department has this like stupid, silly problem of we were supposed to know at the time, or we didn't do something at the time, and that's why laws now protecting DVs, domestic violence, and everything like that is now existent because of that.
But as you
And
said, if she was scared, she would not be all friendly afterwards. Words. That's something I kind of have to agree with. Just like if you're scared of this person, I don't
there,
really I don't see you trying to continuously be friendly with them, if that makes sense.
the problem there, and I'm gonna say the problem there is the victim could say they were scared. They're scared for their safety. They were friendly just to keep themselves safe.
Okay,
Um,
that's a fair point though, cuz it's like
yeah, and
they can say that. I'm not going to pull a bonk and be like, "No, how dare you have a different." No, but that's a valid point, but
but that was never said.
continuously like,
But that's
yeah.
never the problem. That's why I say the problem is like when someone says is like because victims of DV will say like, "Hey, why did you?" The problem is like if you remember like the "why did you stay" thing. A lot of people said is like um sometimes people would say is like I stayed with this abuser because he was going to kill my children, or I stayed with this abuser because I felt afraid if I left I would do blank. The problem is like I'm pretty. If you ask the victim, hey, why did you be friendly or why did you not? Because it's always stupidly possible that like the jackass lawyer, the horrible lawyer on the other side, and the lawyers can be bad and good. The problem is that lawyer can sit there and question her like, well, why did you stay? If you knew he was such a fear, why and you told people about this, why didn't you try to move? Why didn't you stay? Or what it's like, why didn't you tell security? Why didn't you tell blank? And and that's always a problem is like
It
we
feels
always
like
can
a
say what
dickish
ifs.
thing to say, but it's something that needs to be
It's
asked. You know what I mean?
yeah, and like I said, is like no lawyer wants to go into a courtroom and say that, but that's also a tactic they would use
Yeah.
because that's also another thing is like because like I said is like we're questioning here, and I'm pretty sure like I said is like if the victim says it's like I was friendly because I was scared of him, and it's like that's reasonable, but then they will ask if they said it's like hey you were the witness, you were the person that knew about this stuff. Why did you leave him alone like that way? someone could just like I was remembering this. I was like going off of what was just said. It's like, hey, why was I? If I was such a was bad person, why was I able to be left alone with this person? That could be a valid reason to say is like, were you actually scared, or are you doing this just because this person's famous now? And we can always consider the fact of this person's famous now. I want his money.
That's
This
another
person,
thing that's another crazy thing, because when you, like, most people, if they look at this situation and they see that this person made these allegations, and then when asked for evidence, everyone that's been pushing the allegations get defensive, get angry, get like malicious and violent.
that,
Anyone that looks at it is gonna think, okay, these people are fucking liars.
and yeah, that's the problem. Is there's people that are willing to just dump evidence. Like I'm pretty sure.
The
Um,
fucking I'm Alex chick, the I'm Alex's ex-girlfriend. She
the one that got threatened hit with a brick.
Yeah, that one. She
Yeah.
literally just dumped everything.
Yeah, and that's the reason she got out of that situation. That was a domestic violence situation. That was like in the context of that, like I would sit there and say is like fuck,
Like
if I had to sit there,
she didn't even need to fucking do any of that. She dropped like thousands of fucking pieces of evidence, videos, documents, screenshots. She dropped all of it. And then everyone, like, she didn't need to, but she had the evidence. That's like what real victims do. Real people that really went through this shit. They
and,
actually do that. You know what I
and
mean?
yeah, and like whenever I like if I ever talk about my history, I explain what happened, and I could explain. I was like, I was actually legitimately afraid of this guy. When I was like, I don't want to get you demonetized or something like that. Like, but whenever I talk about that
Bro, I
situation, I was
literally
saying stuff.
brought up someone killing themselves multiple times in this stream. I don't care if it's demonetized.
Okay. Oh, okay. Like whenever I talk about my situation, someone asks, I think is like whenever I tell someone about it, I tell them I was like, I was actually legitimately afraid of this guy. This guy was the person that overpowered me. He could overpower me. He done it before. He knew what he had over me, and I had legitimate fear. And so when I was able to kind of get away, and I was like, because I'm also a kid, I was younger at the time. I was able to sit there and say, I was like, I can sit away and just lock myself in the room. I can talk to my mom, or I can sit around with my mom. And so when it finally kind of came about, or when people actually finally saw what was happening, it was when I got chased down and beaten the crap out of. But like that's also a thing is like I went on my wits, and when I went on my wits on that part is I ran out and I tried to run out to the public. I tried to look for like people that would sit there and like, oh my god, this is happening. Let's intervene, and that's the good thing is sometimes that happens. That's the outcry. That's the um and what we say is like this is the situation where like if domestic violence were to happen, this is where police would step in and start talking and says like how many times has this happened before, why is this, they won't ever say why because that's I'm getting like
Yeah.
I try to avoid why this happened because again that's not a good
Yeah,
word. Being
I get you.
and being currently a campus safety officer, I have to, it happens a lot on college campuses. Sadly, is like college college campuses are not the safe havens as we all think. It is, there's people that do stuff. There's laws and regulations
Yeah.
but there's also another thing, and that's why I say is like this situation is such handled terribly, and we have to sit there and ask is like why was this brought up? Why was this done? Why was it now? Why not then? And that's the horrible thing is there's the why part, but the why part more goes to why did you want to talk to us about this? Why couldn't you just call the police for this person? Why couldn't you do this? And the whys always suck. And the whys suck, but the whys are more directed to the outcry.
Yeah.
Is like the they won't ever ask the victim on why didn't they go to the police or why didn't they do something like that. but the why would also mostly come from, and thank you, Jem. The why is more on the part of what caused this? What was the final thing? And we always say in law enforcement, what's the background, what's the context, and everything like that. Again, like I said, law enforcement can have a very black and white situation, but you have to look at the context. You can't just say it's like, I'm gonna arrest this person because they meet all these requirements. Yeah, I can do that, but what's the context? Like, I'm gonna use the current situation of H3H3 and suing everyone, or suing all three of those people. People are not looking at it as it is. They're looking at H3H3 is bullying 3 other people. But like when you look at the context, H3H3 said, it's like Frogan, Casey Tron, and Denim said, I'm gonna republish the stream and make sure that he doesn't get any views on anything like that. H3H3 brought up the context. You can show in court that said, hey, I'm showing you guys that these guys meet the elements of the crime. Again, difference between copyright infringement is that it's all civil, but like there's elements you have to meet, and then but you also show the context elements. Like if I take something from the store, it's like, why was that?
Yeah. So with that, I'm gonna get back into the video because overall, the allegations against Saberspark are so fucking weak that it's literally defamation per se. You know what I mean?
Wait, before Lisa, I want to see what Lisa's like. I think the part of the why now, I think could be the friendship with Gabe and people we started going to Gabe with last year. It could possibly Emily in that wanted in spotlight. I'm sorry, I'm dyslexic.
I just view it as these people want to. Everyone wants to have their moment of just taking down a perceived pedophile. Everyone wants to have their like hero moment, I guess.
And I have to say this to certain YouTubers: if you really wanted to do that, every fucking police department in the state's hiring. There's no way you can't. Like, if you want to take down pedophiles, you can come and you can work with police departments. You can do stuff. You can find ways how you can do it. If you want to help victims, you can help directly by helping victims. There's I forget what I should remember to just Domestic Violence Center, but there's nonprofits, there's all that stuff. Don't take it on yourself to outward these allegations unless you can say it's reasonably.
Yeah. But
and again, like I said, is like, unless you can meet the elements of a certain crime and like you can cover your ass, don't come out with, or I mean, come out with it. I'm not saying like don't come out with a victim story.
No, I know, but
I'm saying
you're basically like, risking a defamation lawsuit every time you make like a major allegation like that. Like,
yeah,
it's
like
blatant that people like Bonk and Bonk especially just want someone to kill Saberspark or Black Griffin. There's never been like this pursuit of actual justice because no reports to police have ever been made, and it's the time to attack everyone that disagrees. Like, it's
and also problem. I have to say the problem is when I was looking at Saberspark stuff, and a lot of the animation people or the animation critics YouTubes, I sit on Twitter sometimes because I'm an artist. Horribly. But when you sit and watch it, because Twitter will recommend me, I look at the comments and then like a lot of people are making allegations. Like, I remember someone was like, first initially is like, why do you hate this guy? And it's one of those like rage bait posts, and it's like, it's because he protected a pedophile, or it's because of that. It's like you can't say that. I can't like again, like I say, it's like I can't go on like, I can't be like a fully uniformed police officer and say that guy's a pedophile. Because if I do that, and let's say let's say I'm a full uniformed police officer and my body cam's on, someone's gonna turn me in court and they're like, do you have any evidence of that guy being a pedophile? I was like, no, I read something about it. Okay, they'll be like me, it's like, Officer Tacoma, where did you hear this evidence? It's like, oh, I heard it online.
Yeah, like that's not enough. That's literally not fucking enough. And this whole thing, Bonk is literally just running off the idea of internet justice is better than courtroom justice. That is literally what he does. Like
I'm gonna say this.
outright, he responds to someone that said to him, dude, you make baseless claims about Beckett in those posts and seem to think you understand a video better even though you haven't watched it. That's far from being fair. It's demented. That's not how normal people see the reality of the situation, says Bonk.
That's sometimes what I think is stupid. Like, and this, of course, whenever a shooting happens or something like that, and this is like someone says is like it's disgusting of how this happened. I look at the context. I look at the situation. I look at what the police report says. The great thing. This is why I love police activity. Police activity will sometimes post the full report.
Yeah.
And I read through the report as like, where are the context and everything like that. And that's why I say context always fucking matters. And I hate how people don't say that. And I mean it. Like context actually fucking
this
matters.
shit,
Because
I'm not gonna lie. This type of shit is really fucking annoying because when it comes, like, right now, literally, fucking Bonk is wanting to claim that he doesn't know the fact that that this buddy of his, this Flutter cult person, posted and admitted that he wanted to get Black Griffin to kill himself. Never disavowed it, and then he's saying, "Of course I didn't step in. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." Where, as with Slug, CNS liked and continues to make the post a big joke. I feel I can safely assume that by Bonk's friend, they mean a random person that agrees about Griffin. The post in question is Flutter Cult, who has been pretty heavily implied to be Ian Corlett, who also follows Brony Fandom.
And that's also another thing. Again, people also have to consider one thing, and that is text messages will fucking come out. Someone could subpoena, like another example is the CoffeeZilla and Logan Paul lawsuit.
Yeah.
If I don't know if there's like they're in a slap thing. They're not in a slap court. That's why Logan Paul wouldn't do it. Yeah, but like when text messages come out and say Logan Paul says, "I want to take this guy down," someone will like. There's a courtroom that'll sit there and say, "It's like, so you were just doing this just to take this guy down?" And like Logan Paul could say yes, but it's like there's a text message of you saying that. There's no correction. Like if I go in your DMs and say like remember the I love the favorite what's it called, Keemstar what's it, text message of "I want him dead, clean shot." There's times where someone could pull that up in court and say, "It's like
this is outright just like all this shit is fucking insanity, dude." Like Bonk goes out of his way to fucking view himself as if he's this fucking big creator, this person with this big fucking idea. I want to see Ian James Corlett. I want to see if I'm blocked by him. I am not. Interesting. But if I do, who is he following? Let's see.
He's following me.
He's following Brony Fandom right here. Ain't that cute? That's cute. Jeez. Ian, no. Ian, no.
There's also another thing is like, again, let's say if this defamation lawsuit does go, I think it is a filed lawsuit, or it's said to be. Like, let's say if this does come out, there's also people that I also have to remind people, if you say anything in text and they subpoena that text, if you do, like, they could take it in any context. Like, if I send you a text, Slug, if I send you a text tomorrow, Slug, and I say, "Oh man, Keemstar is a fucking dick," and then I make a whole video that's calling him a pedophile, and Keemstar comes out and sues me, Keemstar is gonna probably subpoena, like, he's like, "I want a subpoena on that," and he's gonna go, his lawyers are gonna go through and they're like, it's like, hey, Mr. Tacoma, and they're like, yeah, I was like, did you say to Slug at like 6:30 in the morning on January 22nd, 2025, saying this about Keemstar? And I say, yeah, I was like, the worst part is, if I say no, I'm lying to the court. If I say yes, then it looks worse to me, and that's people have to reconsider. Again, I have to remind people, if you're gonna say stuff in text, know why you're saying it. There's
Yeah.
there's like, again, anything could come out, anyone could report it, anyone can say that. I don't know why we have gotten so far, like fucking probably tens of years or almost like a decade worth of either false allegations or weird allegations of just people saying is like, hey, why did you say this in text? And there's always that aspect of someone's gonna look at these texts and say is like, hey, why did you say this? And again, like the H3 lawsuit, Ethan's lawyers, there's lawyers are gonna sit there and say to Casey Tron, Frogan, and Denims, they're like, hey, you said this and you didn't say sorry. You didn't say anything. You sat here for this amount of time and didn't do anything. And they're like, well, it's fair use. It's like the judge is gonna fucking flip his shit. Like, there's times where you like, there's people that would like. The last thing you also want to do, and I also say this in court, don't fucking piss off the judge. It reminds me of the Kyle Rittenhouse lawsuit or case. The
Like,
judge flipped out on the lawyer. Judges don't flip out on lawyers like that. Like, yes, that would like it's out of context, but the judge flipped out is like on the prosecutor, said he's like, you just made the worst fucking claim ever. And someone's gonna say that. And that's us again, and I have a feeling if there's gonna be text messages that will be released from this
like
because
this is the big thing. Fucking Bonk does not understand the concept of what he got himself into. He does not care about the concept of what he said. He genuinely believes. He genuinely fucking believes. He believes that fucking he thinks that Black Griffin's a pedophile. He genuinely believes that fucking Saber Spark's a rapist. He genuinely believes this shit.
and
Like,
also
and he did no due diligence to ever fucking do anything about it, dude, at all.
this is why I have to say is like bonk again. If you believe this, can you defend it in court? And I mean this is like I think you can just pay a lawyer for like $100 and say he's like, hey, should I have said this? And the lawyer will probably sit there and look at you. I think anyone would sit there and look at you like, hey, bud, you should really reconsider. Like not like one of your friends. Don't do it.
Yeah,
Don't go
like
through your friends. Don't
like me, I joke around on Twitter. I joke around and like I push satire pretty far. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm like that's also the thing is
But
I like to
like
shoot the shit.
but like
I like
he wants to think that like me making a dark joke hours before I go out of my way to help the guy by calling like police to just be like, "Hey man, one, you need to fucking just help this guy." He forgets that the context will be brought up. He forgets
and
that if he tries to make these claims, it'll backfire in his fucking face.
and that's why I also have to say is like bonk. And if you're listening to this bonk, and you probably are, please, for the love of God, look at your text messages. Take yourself out of this drama and really sit there and realize, can you sit here and defend this in
He
court?
literally, in writing, it's still on his fucking blue sky of him calling Saber Spark a rapist.
And again, that's
And no correction has ever been made.
yeah, and that's another problem is there could be a problem where I don't know how likely is some random like Twitter user or get subpoenaed about it, but like sometimes people have to watch out what they're saying. Like Saber's lawyer could go into that like whole thing and like pull up the text and it's like, hey, this person thinks this guy's a pedophile, or like this person asked why and you didn't and you said blank, and this was a perpetual thing. Is like you have to fucking really realize, what are you perpetuating? Is this gonna be something where
He did it with reckless fucking disregard. He openly is like, nah, I stand by all of this. I'm like, dude, you have no evidence, and Emmy gave you no evidence. There's been nothing that can hold up in a fucking court of law with what you fucking say, dude.
there's also a problem is when you write down, you say you stand by it. Again, sometimes that's a written thing, and a lot of courts have considered written stuff as that. Like, I can I can say is like, hey, like if I gave you Art Slug, and by the way, you should give art to Slug, guys. But if I gave art to Slug and I say yes, you can use that, and I come back later and say I'm gonna sue you, Slug can say it's like, well, you gave me consent. And like the other thing is like the lunatics on Twitter, I like to say is like, well, why didn't you sue to Hassan? And I was like, someone has to remind him. Ethan Klein said, Hassan, watch this video. I'm giving you consent to watch this video. I'm giving you consent
Yeah,
to
like
give no fucking audience, but like he didn't
I've
give consent to
openly
Rogan.
stated, this. If Bonk contacts my university, I will be filing those FOIA requests and critiquing them on stream. Like,
But actually, since I'm a campus safety officer and I got in like, what is Bonk? If you don't mind me asking, what is Bonk
I should
asking?
send you that little thread, because
Yeah,
his little
send me
thread
that
has all of this.
because I can actually talk to that legally, because I just got the training for it. Because mattering on what it is, legally speaking,
There you
someone
go.
can't get your records unless they have your written consent to give them that
No.
record.
I just sent you the tweet that he did. And
Okay,
that's a
let me look.
whole thread. He's trying to be like, please, being like, this tweet by Slug was deleted. It's on the top here. If anyone knows how to see it again without being blurry from his stream, I'd appreciate it. It read, please give me a chance to see Bonk fucking kill himself and get raped. Please, Beckett, let me have his blood.
Okay, that's a stupid thing. George Madison fucking University won't give a shit about that. That's I'm
Then
being real honest.
Then he's like, being like, oh, wow, what a great offer. Your generosity knows no bound. Just like you earlier today, implying you would come down to where I live and find me. The tweet
I
is,
also
you
have-
falsely accused a man of rape and boosted a false rape allegation. If I wanted
I
to be
also-
cruel, I would have pulled up when I visited Ohio back in May. You're just a
I also-
fuck up in human skin. You make real victims have a harder time getting help.
I also have to remind you, fucking you should tell Rony Fando. There's lunatics that graduate from college all the time. There's
Oh,
a lot
yeah.
of lunatics that graduate from college.
I've already graduated.
Like, let me say this: George is George Madison a
Mason.
Mason? Is that a private or a public university?
I think it's a public university.
Okay, so the problem is like, if it's a public university, and again, it's like I'm talking more public because this is where this is where I sometimes think I'm pretty good at this. If a public university can't come in and take your degree from you because of what you said on the internet, because that's against freedom of speech, that's kind of something stupid. Like,
Yeah,
that's
and
like another
like,
thing is like a job can't fire you because of what you said online. If it was direct, like,
if
I
it's
mean, like,
extreme, like I already sent you the thread. You're able to give a look over for it. But I'm just like,
Yeah, no,
dude,
sure.
if he brings it into the real world, I'm gonna FOIA shit, and I'm also sending every single FOIA email that he contacts them with straight to Saber.
I'm being real honest. George Mason won't give a shit.
Yeah.
They'll tell you. Let me say this. The problem is when you ask a university of something, they can't send you anything. They can't send them anything.
No. He's wanting to make a report. He's wanting to report me for, and I quote, gleefully wishing death upon people.
That's not. It's like, let me be honest. That doesn't even meet any fucking law. Like, if it's a public university, the most that is like making threats, but like the threats are like the fucking, I don't know if Mason as a university, like they'll send it to the police. The police are gonna sit there and look at it, and they're like, why the fuck are we have to do anything about this? If it's a private university, the university can sit there and say, like, the university doesn't have to say anything unless
Yeah.
they're forced to. Unless like it becomes such a problem where it is.
Like this
This
guy,
tweet
this
has like
guy
11 lines.
literally thinks that he's going to somehow get my degree revoked.
That's
This
also impossible. It's like that's a
like
lot of
you've
work.
seen all of the fucking tweets that he linked there, right? Like all the fucking bullshit he did.
If that's true, then someone has to call. I was gonna say it's like you can do that for my post requirement, but you can actually make it as a post. No, it's like the thing is like universities can't control what you say. Let me say this: if local university came in and said is like, I'm taking away this student's decree of this because of what they said on Twitter, people would not be happy. And I'm saying this is like on like there would be the lunatics that like I don't know what college Trump went. Fuck.
It
Trying to use
like
non-controversial. If like let's say like Tim that went to University of Deer or Deer University and said like I'm a crazy person and I'm gonna fucking kill someone. If Deer University said I'm gonna take away this guy's degree, the internet will say it's like there'll be people on the internet that are like I'm with Tim, and then there'll be other lunatic people that are like I'm with the university, and it'd be like sitting there. But then it comes down to is like then that becomes like another thing is
yeah, like I just sent I literally just sent you the two examples that he's wanting to use, and it's like so fucking stupid. It's genuinely stupid.
It's a stupid thing now because you can say it. Like I'm reading them in person. It's like
no, I know, but it's like that's the funny bit here. That's the really funny bit with this. Bonk does not understand that they will have to look into both accounts. You know that, right? He knows that, right?
Yeah.
And they look
at the context.
Yeah, they look at him and they'll look at my Twitter and I'm like, this guy is literally trying to get people killed. He's literally just falsely accusing people of being a pedophile, being a fucking rapist, all that.
No, here, I'll tell you what they'll say. This is fucking internet drama. What do we have to... This is all on the internet. Does not involve us.
Yeah,
Why
exactly.
are we involved?
He's only doing this because I posted my degree to verify, like, yeah, no, I'm an actual certified journalist. Cope and seethe, I guess.
The problem is when I post my certification of why I'm a police officer, I don't want people to suddenly call them.
No, I know, but it's like, I already graduated. There's very little they're able to do.
Again, it's like it's a private first buff university. Like, and again, like there's another. I also have to remind you, like we have to also think of what kind of administration we're in. The last thing a university wants to do with the crazy people that want to defund Harvard is to get on the side of we're taking away guys' freedom of speech. Because let me tell you something. If the Trump administration could validate anything, they would hear, oh, this guy named Slug Online got his degree taken away because of what he said on the internet. Trump would say is like, you know what we can do because I don't like this university and it's all liberal. We're taking away their funding.
Goodbye funding. Goodbye funding.
Goodbye funding, George Mason. No longer. And the thing is, like, there are people again, like I said, people would defend it, but like, there's.
But like, it's so silly because I'm looking at this and I'm like, this guy. Because let's be honest, I tweeted out the degree just to be able to verify and to also be like, you're an idiot. Bonk I knew Bonk would do this, by the way. I knew he would try and do this. And it destroys his whole argument of, oh, I'm the good guy. No, he just wants to ruin people's lives with fucking crazy psychotic allegations.
And let me say this. It doesn't even meet Clery Act.
It doesn't even meet like true credible threat. It doesn't even do anything like that.
sometimes you can get a visit. There's sometimes let me say
Yeah,
this.
I
I've
know
been on a
that.
call where someone said something random on the internet and the cops a lot of cops showed
Oh
up.
yeah, I know that. But like,
Let me
bro,
say this. I was one of them.
bro, I just find it to be incredibly just unhinged. And this
Someone
guy wants to be the guy that takes down Black Griffin and Saber Spark. But
someone should Photoshop the
no.
no. Like so there's this tweet. It's from this guy. He made
No,
a
no
really
Photoshop, no altering images. I'm good on that.
okay.
And with that,
Okay,
I'm
but
going to get back to the Saber Spark video.
wait. Before you go, there's like this thing. There's this meme,
Nope.
and
Nope.
it's a
Nope.
great thing.
Nope. I'm not going to discuss any alteration of photos.
No. It's not an alteration of photo. I just want people to like get it in their mind. There's this photo of this guy. He made a really unhinged tweet. The next day, the next day, he tweets out, "The shit doesn't look on paper. It good on paper." And there's two cops sitting there talking to him.
Lol.
I was like, "That is the best tweet I've ever seen." It is on my.
It's funny.
If I wanted to, yeah, I want to print it out and
Yeah,
hang it
but
up.
I'm gonna get back to this video. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Yeah.
Peace. Okay, let's get back to the video, everybody. Yeehaw. What the fuck? Why did the audio thing not worky? That's weird. Let's see, chat. Let's see. What the fuck? Let's see. Let's disable the audio. Disable, apply, then apply. Weird. Very weird. That's weird, chat. Okay, let's fix this up. Because now we have some tech support issues. That's interesting. Nope. That's weird. Analog audio. Apply. One sec, chat. Going to have to plug and unplug. Oh, Mr. Enter just went live. Oh boy. What's this gonna do? Saber Spark exonerated. Oh boy. Ugh. Let's see, chat. Let's just see if
The
this
Sonic the
plays.
Hedgehog series from Archie.
What the fuck? Okay, now filters.
Comics is one of the wild and most infamous books in all of comic
Okay. There we go, everybody. Oh god, what's Mr. Enter talking about? Oh fuck, wrong thing. God damn it, Enter. Why? Why does this happen to me? Okay. Enter.
Post a couple of days ago, I think, and when Beckett's video came out, he did a tweet and a Blue Sky post linking to it. Thank you, Tortvan. Why do people dig up stuff from years ago? Why bring it up?
So apparently Mr. Enter is pissed. Interesting. Yeah.
Like, Bunk already has tried to go after me. For all intents and purposes, I do believe that Saberspark is innocent in this scenario. So what are your personal thoughts on who you thought was innocent, guilty during the video's production?
Okay, let's see here.
Now we microphones started. It's guilty. You should. This is not about Rebecca.
Oh lordy.
Like my team worked with his team.
Oh boy. Wait, did this thing actually just like... Let's see. Then we go here, deactivate, activate. Then we go here, boom. There we go.
Has Bonk tried to harass you yet? We had a long on-call chat with him. Involved with all of this in the first place. That's an investigation for you to solve. I don't know at this point. Like, so much happens, you find yourself in the middle of something and you don't even remember why you started at a point. Is there something new that...
Yep, that's pretty much that. I'm not going to try and stream snipe. I'm going to continue with this, go over the video, and then probably rewatch that stream or get a summary of what was said.
Out and being like, oh my gosh, Sandra's like, oh my gosh, she needs help. Now, I'm a lifeguard, so I know some first aid, and I walked up over to her along with Palin and Jeffrey, Racy Race Best, and we're just saying, let's get you some water. You okay? And Sandra's like, I need you all to stay here with her. She can't be alone. And ultimately, I can't recall. I think we actually called one of the Disney people came over to actually help out because they were like, hey, we actually have like first aid people. But ultimately, we didn't stay around for too long because someone else intervened to help out Emily and Sandra. And then we, we're on our way. I remember texting her, being like, let me know if you're okay. But we had to get going because we had another, arrangement we had to take off to. But I do remember her, like, it's almost like she looked fine, is my recollection, when I walked out of the door. And then when she saw me, she started, like, acting like she had a heat stroke or something. And again, I don't want to say acting, I don't know. But I remember her looking and then seeing me and then falling to the ground. Like, not falling to the ground, but leaning against the wall and sliding down until her bottom hit the ground.
Okay.
And her friend Sandra being very panicked, and us being there for her for, we were there for, a good handful of minutes, just getting her water and dabbing her head and stuff, making sure she's fine. And she was fine, but then it was more of a, you all need to stay here with her. And that's when I'm like, is this a trick to, pity us into this? I don't know. To this day, I still don't know what happened. It was odd, but yeah, the more I think about it, Disney had people on Main Street who were like, we can help out, and we disengaged after that.
Yeah, like Disney has more than enough fucking resources to handle that, by the way. More than enough fucking resources. More than enough fucking resources to handle something like that. It is absolutely insane that someone wants to attempt to do this whole bullshit.
And now, hopefully, you have a full picture of what these events look like from Saber's perspective. What we're going to be going on to next is the aftermath, because Emily has not.
It's okay. After EQLA, I pulled back. I began wanting nothing to really do with him. I stayed in contact with the mutual friends and just never told any of them. After I started dating my boyfriend, I told him, and there was then that brief interaction at BronyCon where I was very clearly uncomfortable, and then after that, that was it. Did he actively try to get in contact with you during any of that time? No, after I stopped reaching out, he never attempted to reach out.
Not been honest about what their friendship looked like in any way. And these text messages paint a pretty.
Oh god, Bonk is there? No, I don't like stream sniping. Oh god.
Perhaps make a pinned comment. Can you make pinned comments in streams?
God.
What's with the black? You're gonna have to do your own research on that. The Black Griffin stuff is not my case, let's say. No, KP and Cope and Seed are not the same person.
Jeez.
That just makes me laugh.
I can't fucking believe that, like, Bonk is doing this. Like, bro.
How long? Shit's always happening. Shit is always happening.
Yeah, I know that he's in Enter's chat. Like, this is absolutely insane.
Like, I'm not changing my stance that it was a bad idea to name drop him in the response video. Yes, Lazy Bedhead did do a video on Black Griffin, and then she and Beckett talked, and Lazy Bedhead privated the video. I don't know what's going to happen about any sort of remake. Emily, thank you for the donation. Emily needs to be held accountable for lying. If so, that's not my place to decide what happens.
Bro, this is so sad. Bonk is just melting down. God damn, bro. God damn. Well, this guy's a moron. Actually a fucking moron. Like, bro.
I don't even know if that is the real Bonk. That just might be a spam bot. Ella, do you disagree with anything Cope has done?
Oh, God.
I'm never gonna vouch for a person 100%. I'll say that.
There we go. There we go, everybody.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Like, this is so fucking crazy to me. And yes, this is my message. Very nice. Bonk is literally going to melt down. He's going to continuously turn. Not my place to say what happens. Surely you have an opinion on how someone has dealt with.
I have literally no idea what KP is going to do after this. Like, literally, I don't even know what KP can do. Thank you for the donation, Ed Young. I don't
Jesus.
know.
This guy's nuts, bro. Actually nuts.
I've always been of the opinion that
He's
it's best
trying to
stay firm
twist
on any
everything,
account you have
yeah.
no personal stake in.
He's trying to twist everything into his own fucking thing.
I can see that point of view. But keep in mind that Beckett also had no personal stake, and he basically helped Saber exonerate himself. I'm trying to respond to everything being asked of me, but the chat moves too fast, and people ask a lot of same questions over and over again.
What is your favorite soup?
If you had any role in this, what
There
do
we
you mean
go.
if I had any role?
There we go. It's a new question.
Boomer!
Hey, thank you, Cal.
What was it like talking to KP about... no, I do not condone Slug or Oplock saying... No, I don't condone harassment and insult and stuff like that. I will say that right off the chat. Yeah, and I don't think Oplock has even been accused of doing anything like that.
Bro, this is fucking
Right.
wild.
What is the cruelest thing anyone has said to you? I'd have to think about that one. Why did Turkey Tongue call me years ago? That because he was in high school and didn't know how the world worked. Thank you, Mia. I'm kind of confused.
There you go.
Saber Spark was able to find his own texts from like 2013 and stuff. And it told a different story than Emily did.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be repeating this a lot, it seems. Get ready for it.
Turn it into a soundboard.
I think KP is like as old as I am. Can I pin? It's moving. Okay, that's a spam. There we go.
Like, this is actually nuts.
Emily and KP are not the same person. KP
Bro.
is I Love Kim Possible a lot.
Bonk is gonna have a meltdown, dude. Genuinely going to have a meltdown.
I don't even know how to work
This guy's a fucking nut.
This is too messy. Please take care of yourself. I'm trying to.
Oh, man. I think Bonk left. Ah, please. I'm hoping.
Was the Bonk account a spam bot? I don't know. Like, that's the thing. I legitimately do not know. The next actual review is supposed to be Planes. We got spams already.
Oh, boy.
I can explain it really simply.
So, yeah, I
Emily
don't think...
says that
I
after
think
the second
Bonk is
incident,
gone now. Yeah, like, outright, this is I think Bonk left. Yeah, I think Bonk left the chat there. Uh. Hmm.
Okay, so that account apparently was legit.
Yeah.
Like I said, if he was being harassed, I keep saying throughout this whole thing, I do not condone harassment, and insulting the guy is a bad idea.
He was trying to clip farm you to weaponize
Like,
you
in my
out
view,
of context.
Bonk should just be ignored. I reviewed Battletoads back in 2013. It was not a good review. Yeah. I could see him trying to do something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Did KP legitimately believe Emily, or was she acting out of spite? I honestly couldn't tell you. I really couldn't tell you.
Bro, Bonk is insane.
Well, obviously KP and Saber never dated. I don't think anyone's accusing that. Oh, gee, Battletoads. I can't beat Battletoads. Oh, the people that they're busy. Like, they're not co-hosts. They're all busy. Bonk, I believe, is currently the only person running Brony Fandom.
There you go.
I don't know if Sophie is doing anything at all there, at all. Who is this Bonk guy? Bonk is one of the two people who ran the Brony Fandom account.
There we go, everybody.
The other person was Sophie,
Yep.
but...
So, now, let's get back to this. Yeah. Because, bro, this is absolutely wild. This guy's insane. Not Enter. Enter's great. He's a good guy.
Pretty clear picture of both that ongoing relationship and her actual issues with Saberspark. And most importantly of all, I think they give us answers as to why these accusations against him started in the first place. But before that, I do want to tie up just a couple of loose ends in Saber's story, just so we've sort of cleared the board.
Bonk really needs to take a break from the internet and get some mental... Yes! I've been saying that the entire time. The internet is not okay for him. He's not okay enough. Like, Bonk is not okay. He is not someone that is mentally stable enough to use the internet. He is genuinely not okay. It's sad, it's pathetic, and it's concerning because the guy genuinely builds these parasocial relationships on the internet and thinks that he's fucking Batman.
I mean, I suppose to finish the story of the pregnancy scare, how did that kind of work itself out?
Into the convention on a Sunday, I remember going over to her hotel, being like, I'm like, we have to get this test. Like, I need to know the answer before I head home, so I can know what's going on. And I walked over to a Target across the street. I got the pregnancy test, came back, and I'm like, please, can you take this? And she goes, okay, you know, because it was time's up, and she said, okay, I'll do it. And she took it, and it was negative. And I remember afterwards, I was like almost dumbstruck with relief. And at that point, I started to form this opinion in my head where I'm like, did she just baby scare me to keep me in her life? And that was the emotion surging through my head along with relief. And I remember her being like, can we please, you know, keep talking? Can we still be friends? You know, I don't want this to be the end of us. Are you angry at me? And I'm like, no, we're good. We're good. To which ultimately I was like so scared afterwards that I started to pull away from her for the next few months. And until I unfollowed her on Twitter.
Oh yeah, at this rate, Bonk is going to end up with a Kiwi Farms thread. Like, I am not fucking joking. Bonk is so just unwell that he's genuinely unable to handle any of it, okay? He's not able to handle the internet in any real way, shape, or form. So it's literally just that. He's not okay in the head. He's incredibly ill. Like, goddamn, bro. He's gonna get an urban wiki after all this. Oh, no. No, I want him to get better. I want to literally I want him to get better and improve as a person.
At the end of the year, and that created another spiral of her getting angry at me.
So if this was, I mean, you say you pulled away from her for the next few months, but I mean, because I've seen your DMs with her. Yep. So if you pulled away from her, I mean, it wouldn't be for months, Saber.
Not months. I would say. I mean, I'd say November. No, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm getting my the increments wrong. But it was. I would say for the rest of November, and we'd still text, but I was a lot more reclusive of replying. A lot. Not nearly as enthusiastically communicative. I would say. I was pulling back a bit, and also it was Christmas time too. We were getting close into the year, and also me working on my documentary with Paleo, and I was focusing on that. So just didn't really have much time. I didn't talk to her as much, but we still talked. We still talk to each other, just not as much.
Now, before we get started, I'd like to remind you all that
for Canterlot, someone in the fandom drove me from my house to the venue 2 hours away. I remember being really happy and excited and meeting people until after opening ceremonies. I saw Saber after opening ceremonies. Saber texted me to come up to his room. After I left, I immediately called my best friend, panicking and crying, and tried walking down to the room I was supposed to be staying at. I witnessed the act of domestic violence, freaked out even more, then paced around the hotel outside until I got off the phone with my best friend. Then I remained in the lobby for the rest of the night, apart from seeing a panel or two. At EQLA, I was staying with a friend who lived in Long Beach for a few days until we got to the venue hotel the Thursday before the event. We played video games and stuff. Eventually, Saber asked me to meet him, this time being more public. I figured it wouldn't go south and had hoped to maybe get even closure on what happened before because I was too nervous to talk the entire time. After what happened in the bathroom, I went back to the hotel and took a shower and waited until my friend went to sleep to cry and eventually fall asleep. But this is what she claims.
Emily has claimed that she was uncomfortable with this relationship right from the start, that she phoned a friend to tell them that Saber Spark had in some way sexually assaulted her. So it seems pretty weird that during the time period where she says that she was pulling away and wanted nothing to do with him, that she'd get so upset with him for unfollowing her on Twitter. And I know this sounds minor, but I promise you, this is a theme. Because yes, that's how these interactions begin. On December the 18th, Emily would message Saber, "Why did you unfollow me?" Steven, I want you to be honest with me. It's making my heart ache thinking you are mad at me to the point where you unfollow me. Saber would explain that he'd unfollowed her because she tweeted a lot and he found this to be pretty annoying. But while Saber has told me this is actually pretty much the truth, Saber's testimony actually just gives us way more context of the fact that he'd essentially ghosted her. And it seems that unfollowing her on Twitter may have been the straw that broke the camel's back. And Saber would relent and refollow her. Though, to be completely fair to Emily, I'd be pretty fucking annoyed too, because this only lasted a couple of hours before he once again unfollowed her, with her saying, "I've only tweeted like 2 times within the past few hours, what is going on?" And here we find Saber being honest.
Oh boy, let's also read this. Because I want to avoid drama. I feel like you are latching onto me and I need space. Sorry, Em. I need this for the time being until the doc is done.
I want to avoid drama. I feel
Oh,
like
he's
you are
reading it.
latching onto me and I need space. Sorry, Em. I need this for the time being until the doc is done. You know, it is kind of fucking wild to me to look through these messages and find exactly the same grievances that made me suspicious of her 2025 statement reiterated by Emily in both 2012 and 2013. On Saber's side, he seems well aware of what the issues are because he apologizes in December and then again in February.
Hey, I won't take too much. Wanted to say sorry how I treated you. Sorry for going silent for months and not chatting with you. It is my fault. I got scared and ran away and left you behind. I was a bad friend. So I just wanted to apologize. I'm not expecting you to be kind or talk to me again at this con or ever. That is fair. But I just wanted to say sorry. I won't avoid you.
And Emily accepts this apology.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Dave told me you asked about me. Well, I wanted to lay this to rest. It's all good. I'm glad you apologized. I won't ignore you anymore then. Didn't want to make it awkward. Yeah, like, Saber's doing shit, and Emmy just wanted to fucking spew shit, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Fully bringing Saberspark back into her life and working to repair the relationship. Again, this shoots some holes in her narrative. Quite significant holes, I'd argue. But it seems like I was pretty bang on the money back on like May the 2nd when I started looking into it. It's also probably worth a quick bit of context as to why Saberspark would apologize to Emily in February in the first place. Because this wasn't just Saberspark randomly trying to hook up with a girl who he'd had a previous relationship with. It's actually because Saberspark was trying to keep the peace at conventions, which were getting a little bit awkward.
Let's move forward to February. Because the first time I saw these, obviously, I saw them only with days and at times. I didn't see them with dates. And I was surprised to see that. I mean, you message her out the blue, "Hey, Em, I won't take too much of your time. I just wanted to say sorry. Sorry for how I treated you. Sorry for going silent for months and not chatting with you. It is my fault. I got scared and ran away and I left you behind. I was a bad friend, so I just want to apologize. I'm not expecting you to be kind of talk to me again at this con or ever, and that is fair." And, you know, it continues on much to this degree. I mean, why message her out the blue?
We were at a convention in Vegas called Las Pegasus. She was there, I was there. And there's even vlog footage too that backs that up. And at the time, I believe she was starting to date Solrak. And I would see them together at the convention, at the concert floor at the vendor hall. And I could feel the tension, the awkwardness between me and Emily, where I would see her and she would shoot daggers at me, just glare at me and then walk away and grab, Solrak in his arm and bring him with her. And the main thing to me was how awkward it felt, because we still shared the same group of friends as far as like convention friends go. Final Draft, AC Race.
Like, yeah, weird thing for a rapist to say, right? And weird thing for a victim to say, because if, like, she accepted the apology. This is like KP with the Chris guy, where Chris apologized. Chris fucking apologized. So I find it baffling that this is an entire thing that has been going on for so fucking long, dude.
Ace Best, Solrak, Paleo, a lot of people. And the last thing I wanted was there to be any awkward tension with all of us hanging out. I'm a bit of a peacemaker. I don't like, just don't like tension. I don't like that feeling. So I thought, it wasn't right of me to ghost her and don't unfollow her and to just drop her like that. So
remember the SOK and Fred Fox, the obsession he had with DSP and attempting desperately to prove how he is better than DSP made him a lolcow, seeing similarities. Bonk is someone that is, if he gets a thread on like Bonk, literally what is this? What? He starts his stream by joking about my attempted suicide, laughs at the idea of Cope and Seethe having done anything wrong ever, and says what makes him most mad about any of this is that I was given my account back. That's what makes him the most upset. Hopefully you're not Christian, enter. But I assume it won't be easy one day. What the fuck is this, dude? This is just... What the fuck is this? Bro, what the fuck is this? This is unreal. What is this? What the fuck are you on about, dude? Like, what the fuck is this? Jesus fucking Christ. Is he, like, bro, what? Jesus. This is unreal. Absolutely unreal.
Unceremoniously, I owe her an apology for not being a good friend. Yeah, we didn't work out as friends with benefits or anything else, but that doesn't mean we still can't be friends. And that's why I reached out to her, especially for the sake of just having, a peace, having a coming to an accord for all the friends, because we all hang out at these conventions. And that's why I reached out and apologized, was for ghosting her, and then she forgave me.
Having forgiven Saberspark on the condition that there's no more messing around because she's now dating.
I understand. I guess at this point I can forgive you. However, I do not want any more of this messing around. I'm dating Solrak now. If you want to be friends, then that's fine. Of course, that time is over and long gone. I'm happy for you too, and I wish you the best.
Solrak, once again highlighting her core issue. By February the 25th of 2013, they were once again, continuing our theme, following each other on Twitter. It is worth noting here that they were also communicating at this time over Skype, with text messages appearing to be a secondary mode of communication. But the next major piece of evidence of how highly Emily thought of Saberspark would come to us on April the 23rd of that year, when Emily asks, "Can I have some advice?" Now, I don't know about you, but if it were me, and I believe somebody had sexually assaulted me, I probably wouldn't be coming to that person for relationship advice. But unbelievably, Emily comes to Saberspark for advice on her breakup with Solrak. I'm not kidding here. Emily had broken up with Solrak because Solrak's father
Wait. Okay. Can I have some advice? What's up? Chance, blah, blah, blah. Carlos and I broke up.
Emily had broken up with Solrak because Solrak's father disapproved of his 18.
Carlos and I broke up. The reason we did was because he suddenly decided that he didn't like me being a mother. He wanted me to leave Lucy behind and be with him. Then he talked to his dad. He didn't approve of the relationship. and he's going by that. I mean, the boy is 18. He can make big boy decisions. Bro, that is such a fucking toxic mindset. No. At 18, yes, you are a legal adult. That's not up for debate. That's not being like challenged in any way. But when you are 18, you are not ready to handle the responsibility of being a parent, even a step parent. And it's normal for most people to view it as, no, you do not make an 18-year-old a parent. Yes, it happens, but those are different circumstances. And the fact that she's like, oh, hey, I think it's absolutely insane to me.
18-year-old son getting together with a single mother who was quite clearly looking for a father for her daughter. And this is a really interesting through line when you consider what had just happened to Saberspark regarding the pregnancy scare.
This is somebody who, I mean, is currently accusing you of being their rapist. And also, but even without that, they're your ex-friends with benefits who you're pulling away from. Why are they coming to you about relationship stuff?
You got me. I was a little bit surprised because to me, maybe it's because, you know, we had a fling, I guess, or friends with benefits, and maybe that in a way allowed her to confide in me. I didn't feel super close. I was a little bit surprised, but I gave her advice, which was the advice I was giving myself in relation to her, which was you can't take care of someone until you can take care of yourself.
Now,
True.
we'll come back to this because Emily's breakup with Solrak is incredibly key to this entire story, depressingly for Solrak. But I want to just highlight the fact that these two were clearly pretty good friends at this point, right? In fact, through the middle of May, they'd be discussing the conventions they were planning to go to, and interestingly enough, Emily actually brings up EQLA, which, as you...
Yeah, do you know if they are going to have EQLA next year? Not yet, but I'm keeping an open ear. That is a con that I don't want to miss, right? EQLA was my favorite. I would have gone if it weren't on Mother's Day weekend.
You'll remember, is one of the cons she claims Saber assaulted her at. She doesn't describe it that way, though.
I do want to see how Enter's stream is going.
Like, I was trying to get in contact with people who could get in contact with him. Like, even in our DMs that... Nah, you didn't... but... Yeah, I did not make fun of Bonk's attempts. Like, Bonk's attempt freaked me the fuck out. Like, I was trying to get in contact with people who could get in DMs that... Planes movies.
I just can't believe that fucking Bonk is this crazy. He's having an entire breakdown and he needs to be taken off of the internet. He's not okay.
Saying that EQLA was one of her favorites. Now, as the conversation moves on, we actually see that Saber's pretty comfortable in asking questions about their friends with benefit thing that they had. And Emily doesn't seem to have any issues. It appears that the mention of EQLA prompted Saberspark to ask some questions about their former engagements. And he starts by asking Emily whether she ever told anybody about the hookups. Emily responds that while she never told anyone they had sex, referring to it as their secret, she did tell Sondra and Solrak that Saberspark sort of messed with her feelings. Once again, whether it is 5 months after they stopped seeing each other or 13 years later, she's still talking about this with the same language. Next, Saberspark would ask her, so was I good in bed or no? And interestingly, here Emily says, I thought I already told you, yes. Now look, at this point...
You would not say that if they raped you. Look, if you were raped, you would not be complimenting the sexual prowess of your rapist. Let me be very, 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 very fucking clear, dude. Very fucking clear. If you were raped by someone, you would not fucking compliment their sexual skills or prowess in any way. That's crazy. That's literally fucking crazy.
We've all heard the story, and we all know that that's not true. But what's important about this comment is the fact that Emily is alluding to previously having discussed it with Saberspark. And that shoots another quite significant hole in her narrative. Emily paints a picture of distance to Saberspark. That their engagements came as a surprise to her and were not discussed afterwards. But if she is here saying, "I've already told you this," then that would obviously indicate wider conversations about their friends with benefits relationship. In a myriad of ways, this comment and the conversation both before and after it validates Saberspark's testimony. Because despite Emily's claim that she was disgusted by the whole thing and had already gone off Saber, this conversation
Cool, I was wondering, no worries. So are you and Eddie together now? Or just good Ed? Or just good friends?
is far
Because he is a cool guy.
from one-sided.
He's a great guy, love him, but we are just
If, as Emily claims, she was disgusted
friends. Okay, cool.
and traumatized by her engagements with Saberspark, she certainly doesn't show it here.
No worries, we are just besties. By the way, I like your new cosplay. Which one?
The next part of the conversation involves Saber asking
Loved your Sweetie Belle one. You looked hot in that. Oh, thank you. I was
about a guy named Eddie and whether they're an item, and after she says no, Saber
I was pretty proud of that cosplay.
also compliments one of her cosplays. But what happens next is perhaps the most
I'm lonely. Entertain me. Bro. Bro. Not the entertain me. Not the entertain me. Bro. This is insane, dude. Absolutely insane.
interesting part. Now look, I'm happy to accept the argument that maybe this was a deeply traumatizing conversation to Emily, and she was just unable to verbalize it to her quote-unquote abuser at the time. But what happens next is much harder to defend, because Emily messages Saberspark at 10 o'clock at night, asking him to entertain her.
I should have known. Like,
This is the same-
This all reads as sexual shit. It's flirting. She's a flirterer. This is the same as if I accused one of my previous partners of rape while hoping no pass. Yes, unicorns. Yes, that is literally what it is. Holy fuck. This is insane behavior.
Same day, by the way, so she can't have been made that uncomfortable by that conversation. What follows is a fairly flirtatious little chat while they play a game about guessing numbers. The message after this is on the 17th, where she messages him at 3:30 in the morning saying,
Nothing good ever happens when you fucking message someone at 3 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, if you message someone at 3 in the morning, are you really wanting a normal convo, or are you, if you're messaging them saying, I can't sleep, it seems weird, right? It seems pretty fucking weird. I would think that's kind of weird, bro.
Saber, I can't sleep. Even if you don't want to call these conversations flirtatious, this is somebody that Emily claims that at the time she recognized as her rapist. It makes no sense for her to be messaging him like this. And these messages don't even have responses. In fact, the last...
How come she hasn't blocked him? 'Cause she wants the attention, dude. Like, that's literally it. Unironically, she just wants the fucking attention.
text message would be on June the 1st when Emily asks, what did I do this time? Because, and I told you it would be a theme, Saberspark unfollows her on Twitter. At this point, this video is basically complete. I'm just in the final stages of editing a few things and tidying stuff up. But, wouldn't you know it, last night I ended up on a 2-hour call with Emily. This was largely off the record, except for a statement which we're going to go over in a second. That being said, I have gone backwards and forwards asking myself whether that conversation significantly moves any of my positions or analysis, and not really. Part of the problem is that, intentionally or otherwise, knowingly or not, Emily can be quite manipulative, making it very difficult for me to trust her based purely on testimony. However, I do think that the upcoming section talking about Emily's wider interactions with people when discussing, say, traumatic events needs a bit of reworking, even if the overall...
Usually avoid messaging people at 3 a.m. Yeah, exactly. Like, this type of shit is so absurd to me, okay?
findings and my overall position remains consistent. This statement is a more
Let's see.
clarified version of a general part of the conversation we had on our call with each other, and in reference to the existence of these text messages and their contents, Emily states, "People-pleasing is a strong, unhealthy habit I had engaged in for years, and there were no exceptions to this, even when it came to engaging with people who have hurt me or put me in non-consensual situations. While I felt, and still feel, within my right to feel uncomfortable with Saber's conduct in person, I did not wish to make my discomfort known to him, and only
That is a really bad idea, not a good thing to do.
at a later point expressed my feelings towards having my emotions toyed with, as that is a much easier discussion to
Very true, Jem. Emmy is a liar. Stinky and cringe.
have over being open to him about my lack of consent in both sexual occurrences. Telling people that is not easy, which is why I pretended that everything was fine. As I stated in my testimony, I said what I could to maintain this mindset, that everything was fine, because I didn't want conflict at the time because of my people-pleasing tendencies and fear of conflict with him. Even in other sexual assault encounters with others unrelated to Saber and the other party acknowledging I didn't
Oh, it's always the past trauma. Bro, just be like you lied, bruh. Just admit it.
consent and how it was wrong, I would still claim I was fine and that the other party did nothing wrong because of how hard it was for me to confront the reality of being assaulted and having to tell that person directly. I reached out to him after being unfollowed because of my anxiety tendencies and worried that I did something wrong, despite the fact that I felt he had wronged me. I still pulled away from him emotionally as time went on and would later try to avoid him altogether in person out of fear of another sexual encounter I would have
Yeah,
to
the people-pleasing thing. Okay, when it comes to people-pleasing, I understand why, like, some people are like, oh, yeah, do a lot of people-pleasing. Let me also just, bloop, bloop, bloop. There we go. Now we have the direct light. The people-pleasing thing, that's understandable to just say, like, damn, bro. It's literally a person that can't really stand up for themselves in situations, and I understand that, either anxiety or whatever. But in situations like this, when you have been victimized, it's hard to give you that, like, charitability or leniency that you oh so want to have, because after a certain point, you're going to end up having those situations. You're going to end up having situations where you gotta fucking stand up for yourself. Now, do I believe that you were really, really, really somehow this victimized person? That's hard to say, because you still have that entire past of just doing shit to people. You fucking wanted to be a teen mom. You were literally on Dr. Phil for wanting to be a teen mom, dude. Like, it's insane.
pretend was okay. Despite him unfollowing me, he would still interact with me at conventions briefly and respectfully. This still caused me anxiety. At no point were these sexual encounters planned or agreed upon. I just acted
Let's see.
will interact with me
Okay, I mean, he's a big. The boy is 18. He can make big boy decisions on his own, you'd think, especially regarding dating someone. I want to take Lucy and move to California so I can become an animator. I feel like complete shit right now because I want to make things work with Carlos.
at conventions briefly and respectfully. This still caused me anxiety. At no point were these sexual
Personally, I'd take a step back and refocus on your own life. Yeah, it's basically, bro, it's exactly what fucking Saber said. Just exactly what he said.
sexual encounters planned or agreed upon. I just acted like it was okay after the occurrence already happened. Both occasions happened extremely abruptly and were very intense. I am still working through the process of healing and overall processing the trauma I have endured with sexual assault abuse, overall as I have experienced it since childhood. I haven't really been equipped to deal with these things, and honestly, I don't think anyone knows how to handle them entirely. I especially have a difficult relationship with this and am beginning the process of working through these things along with unlearning habits I learned as a child, like fawning in order to survive.
Usually it's the guy who comes my way. It's annoying. I just don't know. I'll try, blah, 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 blah.
My recollection of the two sexual occurrences still stand as it's hard to forget them, especially the occurrence in the elevator. Now that we have this statement, the question I have to ask is, does it really address the text messages? And
like, this does not read like someone who was victimized by Saber. I'm gonna be real honest here, by the way. Real fucking direct. There is no fucking way that there's this idea that he was fucking ever doing anything wrong to her.
Should be clear that I didn't show Emily the text messages, though we did discuss them at length, including their contents. If I'm being completely honest with myself and with you, I don't really think so. Emily saying that she is a people pleaser is one thing, and to be clear, having spoken to her, I do think there is probably some truth to that statement, but we have to consider this against the fact that she was going to Saberspark for relationship advice, and if Emily is claiming that any and all interactions with Saberspark were causing her anxiety, including the ones where he was respectful, I have to question why she was messaging him at 3:30 in the morning.
Exactly. If you are claiming that this person traumatized you, why? Why are you still fucking interacting with the guy? Like, this is absolutely unreal behavior, dude. Like, it's unreal fucking behavior.
There is also a clear inconsistency here with the fact that Emily is still stating she was pulling away from Saber, but again, it's Saber clearly in the messages pulling away from her, so I don't understand why she'd try and rekindle or reinvigorate that relationship if her intention is distance. This statement may also create another unexpected issue when trusting Emily's testimony. Her statement that she did not wish to make her discomfort known to Saberspark may, on some level, indicate that if she was uncomfortable at the time, he would have no way to know this. Especially considering the fact that if this statement is to be believed, then regardless of what occurred between them, Emily would have positively affirmed him afterwards. It also brings up the question of when that affirmation or people-pleasing kicked in, because Saberspark's testimony is that both of these were consensual and mutual hookups. If Emily is the sort of person who will put herself in positions where she is uncomfortable just to make another person happy, this leaves open the very real possibility that Saber was seeking consent in these interactions, which Emily may have reacted to positively despite her own personal feelings. This is, of course, me theory crafting. Once again, I wasn't in the room and can never be sure either way.
Like, overall, it just reads as if Emmy never fucking... She just never had a real... She never experienced what she claims she's experienced. All of the evidence points to this was a consensual hookup, and later on down the line, she regretted it, and now she's like, oh, I was raped. And now people are asking critical questions, and she's very much dealing with that.
Way. But I am, at this point, just trying to be charitable, because if Saber is innocent, these allegations having their origin point rooted, not in malice, but rather in Emily's inability to effectively communicate her feelings to the people she's engaging with, is certainly a much kinder picture to paint of her and her actions. Though I do want to make one thing clear before we move on from this section, because it is relevant to what's coming up next. You'll notice the use of the word malice, and I'll remind you again that this section is being recorded when the rest of the video is already basically complete, because while Emily's original feelings in these interactions can only really be known to her, the evidence does heavily indicate that she has weaponized these allegations against Saberspark over time, and this statement from Emily does not account for those actions. Now we've perused these text messages and heard Emily's statement, we can get back to looking into the origins of these accusations, because that is a key question. When and why Emily began making the accusation is key to understanding, well, other mitigating factors which draw into question the validity of the claim. The first time I can verify that these allegations were made to anybody would have been at some point in early 2013, and I know what you're thinking.
Yeah. Okay, so when I talked to Saberspark in private, he told me that this was not the first time that Emmy made these allegations. So this lines up with what I was told. But the fact that Saber can basically be like, yeah, no, she's tried this shit before. It genuinely just paints itself to be something along the lines of like a jilted lover, someone that is so obsessed with trying to get back at the people that she once wanted and can't handle rejection. It's absolutely insane.
If these allegations were being made so early, does that not lend some credence to the claim? And unfortunately,
no, it does not lend any fucking credence just because they were repeated before. I know that there are some people that would think that, but that is not true. Just because allegations have been made in the past and they wound up being a nothing burger does not give the same allegations now any credibility.
No, not really. Emily's relationship with Solrak is not straightforward. Now, I have heard multiple versions of how these allegations were first told to him, but because at least one of those versions is not on the record, I can't even begin to discuss it with you. What I will say though is, if that version is the truth, in my opinion, I don't think it changes things very much. That said, the body of evidence indicates that Solrak would be told sometime around April or May 2013 in an attempt to salvage the relationship. Solrak has gone on the record to say that while he was attempting to break up with Emily, she did not take this particularly well, at one point threatening to kill herself if he attempted to leave her.
Fascinating. I had no idea she confided in Saber about breaking up with me. I was angry. She claimed she was transparent about being a mother when she wasn't. I had to find out by browsing her Facebook photos and approach her about who the little girl, she's my daughter, approach her about who the little girl is. And she's like, she's my daughter, he. When I found it, I ceased to flirt and told her it wouldn't work. As I never envisioned to be a father, she asked me, can't we at least try? And I accepted into the relationship within 3 months and telling my family I would move to Ohio to be with her. Per her request, family put a hard no. When I approached her about breaking up, she threatened to kill herself. I told her not to do it and that we would find a way to make it work. I tried to accept the idea, but it was never meant to be. She continued to threaten to kill herself, keeping me around. I really should have listened to my family and just dropped her altogether when I had the chance.
For this reason, if the allegations were told to him at this time, it is completely reasonable to read that action as a play for sympathy. Additionally, due to Emily's history, It's just not that much of a stretch to read these accusations being utilised in that way. Originally, this section heavily involved digging into Emily's history and patterns of behaviour to help paint that wider picture. However, for a couple of reasons, largely because of the conversation I had with Emily, I have decided to just omit that analysis. So rather, I will leave the topic of Solrak being informed on this single note. If Emily did tell him at this time, regardless of the context, the timeline here is damning because it
also, like, she does it to go along with what is on trend, the bring abusers to justice, but also the wanting to be Team Mom. Was that during the time when those shows? Honestly, I really, really view all the shit that Emmy is doing as someone who's literally begging for some form of like attention and all of this shit. And it's literally disgusting because this person has been doing this for years. It's absolutely gross. It's insanely gross.
It would mean that Emily was telling Solrak that Saberspark was abusive at the same time as actively engaging with Saberspark, and from the messages, seemingly flirting with him.
True. That also adds another layer to this. Like, she's claiming, oh, Saberspark's abusing me, Saberspark raped me. All while texting Saberspark for relationship advice. Yeah, that's not adding up. That 2 + 2 don't equal fish, they equal 4. And 4 makes me forget any fucking charitability because, come on, dude.
Finally, though, there have been claims made that
I also remember my boyfriend suggesting the idea of him of confronting Saber. You had a boyfriend, did Saber know? But I admittedly can't remember if he actually did confront him. I actually met my boyfriend at EQLA, but we didn't date for a while. Blah, 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 rah, 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 rah. Rah, 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 rah.
Saberspark would be confronted by Solrak at a convention in 2015 on this topic.
Was there anything that they particularly, without revealing too much, was there anything that they said when they told you this story that made you be like, oh yeah, no, this person's telling the truth, or?
There's a lot of things that make me feel like they're telling the truth. I think we discussed this before, but I had even heard, I forgot, but I had heard whispers of a conflict between Saber and their partner over time, at the time, over this. So, but I didn't remember the context. I didn't know who they were at all. So I've never met them in person to my...
I also watched the video Queen Fall about Emily. It's kind of making my stomach feel sick. Emily is someone... Like, Emu Emmy is someone I would not trust as a reliable narrator because this all reads like the craziest fucking thing. Oh god, Bonk's back at it again. Let's see, I'm not going to lie, it's hard. Good guys can do anything consequence-free. I can be told to kill myself, mocked for trying. Genuinely harassed for needing financial help. That just doesn't hold up. I can be called every name. I can be told I'm too broken to help anyone. Doxed. Who the fuck doxed you? You were never doxed. Called slurs, told who I really am, and because people have decided I'm the bad guy, any of these things that happen to me is considered good. No. No. For one, you were never doxed. At least I know I haven't. You are a genuine piece of shit. You are not mentally capable of handling this. You are not able to handle these situations, so don't play the whole fucking victim mentality now. All I ever tried to do is help people who needed it and stop people who needed that. And despite what people say, I haven't called out an innocent person yet. I don't understand why more people don't have the need to care or why some seem to hate anyone who does. I'm going to say this right now. I never wanted any of this to be about me, but everyone won't stop making it extremely personal. You literally threatened to contact my university, dude. And while I'm glad people aren't just buying this new video instantly, it still hurts that people see what they put me through and do nothing, say nothing. I'm going to try and take a break for a while, try not to act like I'm the devil if I don't end up succeeding. Motherfucker, I will contact the police again and get them to do a fucking wellness check. If anything big happens, I'll talk about it. Otherwise, I'll come back when I'm ready to. Right now, I'm not. Thank you. Please, Bonk. Just do stuff in the real world. Unironically, dude, please. Just get a hobby. Play Magic the Gathering, Dungeons and Dragons, Warhammer. Something, dude. You are not built to be the person that calls people out. Stop, dude. Please. Get some fucking help. I'm just wanting to make this very clear. And people, if you want to clip this, clip it and post it to Twitter. That's fine. Clip my little speech I'm about to give. I'm fine with that. But look, Bonk, you are realizing you need to take a break. You are not able to handle this. Just stay offline, reevaluate, and just get a hobby. Talk to a therapist, okay? You need help. You don't need to be on Twitter trying to go after all these people because it's obviously affecting you. You need to get help. Please, just get help. Despite whatever insults I throw at you, I do not want you to hurt yourself. I do not want you to attempt self-harm. I want you to get help. This is just the flat out understand. Just get some help. Talk to a therapist. Play a card game. Get into Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, something other than this stuff. Because it's not helping you. You are destroying your own life with this shit, dude. Just get some help and get away from all of this shit, dude. Because outright, just leave this stuff alone. If you genuinely believe that Black Griffin's X, Y, and Z or Saber's X, Y, and Z, let more qualified people handle it. You are not qualified to handle this. Just go and do something else, please. I do not want to fucking find out that you killed yourself. I don't. That's not what anyone wants. Just get some help, man. Please. Okay, so that's the Bonk update. I do hope that he actually gets help. Oh, I got dented. I got a dent in my hair. No. I got dented, chat. No. I have a little salsa plate for it.
Recollection. But so when they came and they told the story, I was like, oh yeah, I vaguely remember hearing something like this.
But this doesn't actually appear to be true. Both Zorak and Saberspark deny this ever occurred, and let's be honest, I don't really trust KP as a reliable source. And speaking of reliable sources, you may remember that somebody by the name of Jessa came out to defend the allegations back in May. Jessa goes on to state that the details have not changed in 12 years. This is, of course, an absurd statement to make. I don't know about you, but I can't accurately remember what happened to me over a decade ago, let alone random stories I was told.
True. Like, I barely remember what happens like a year ago. Fucking 10 years ago? That's insane. That's actually insane fucking word. Like, it's insane fucking work, okay?
Perhaps so I'm being unfair to Jessa, and she is some kind of incredibly unique godchild with perfect recollection of events. Even if that is the case, then it presents another problem. Because if the testimony has not changed at all in 12 years, if this is completely consistent, it would mean that Emily at the time was telling people she had cut contact with Saberspark and pulled away from him. Which would be a lie she would be knowingly telling people. It seems far more likely, though, that this story has morphed, and claims that it's remained consistent are frankly very difficult to believe.
Yeah, no. Stories changed over 10 years, and you're still fucking crazy.
Fortunately, I can show to you that Jessa isn't just lying that she was informed about this accusation. Sadly, the wider context provided by that evidence changes this from something that could be potentially vindicating for Emily to something that's pretty damning, all things considered. So let me walk you through this, because when I pieced this together, I honestly lost my fucking mind. This all took place at Cutie Mark Con in Ohio, which ran from the 30th...
It's always fucking Ohio. Let me open up my liquid death. I have a lot of these things. These are very nice. Well, look. Oh, God. What the fuck? I'm dying, chat. I'm finally dying. I'm finally let die. But please. Why? Why is it all in some fucking convention? Cartoon horse people confuse me.
1st of May to the 2nd of June, and Emily would talk about this with Lazy Bedhead over DMs. She says, around 2 AM I told them what happened, which is, I'll be clear, a crazy specific time to remember, Emily. But I completely...
Let's see. No, it's okay. Thought that would have made sense, like in my head. It was Cutie Mark Con, Cincinnati, Ohio. Jessa, Kira, and third girl around 2 AM told them what happened May 2013.
completely believe her. In fact, I can evidence it to you. Because if we go back to the final message Emily sent to Saberspark after he unfollowed her on Twitter, the timestamp is 1:45 AM, which indicates that the actual series of events that took place were: Emily notices in the early hours of the morning that Saberspark has unfollowed her on Twitter. In response to this, she DMs him demanding some form of explanation. When she doesn't receive a message back, she then turns to the room and, in some kind of potential blind rage at this rejection, announces to everyone that Saberspark is a rapist. And this is why Jess's testimony of being told isn't really a defense.
June 1st. Like, this is so weird to me.
Because the reason Emily told Jessa and the other people in that room is because she was angry at Saberspark for distancing himself from her, not in an honest moment of vulnerability. If we needed further evidence that Emily will utilize these accusations in moments of petty resentment, this is it. Aside from everything else, that feeling of scorn is so ingrained in her apparently that she can remember the exact hour over a decade later. The current iteration of these accusations are no exception to this pattern of weaponization by Emily every time she's slightly annoyed at Saberspark. And I know this is true because Emily tells us this. In her interview with Mr. Enter, her reasons for coming forward are not to get some kind of justice, they're because she is annoyed at Saberspark because of the Black Griffin drama.
It's always the Black Griffin drama. And chat, we're talking about that after this. Oh my god, we are going to be yapping Yapping, I say. We are going to be talking about the Black Griffin drama after this. It's going to be a long night, everybody. It's going to be long.
I know, we're all super shocked that it links back to that. I can hear you in the comment section already.
What was the decision to finally just like come out publicly about it? Like just tell the mass internet and put it as a public information kind of thing?
During like the last, I don't know, couple of, I'm trying to think of how long it's been. Maybe the last like 4 months or so, you know, the conversation has come up because of all of the stuff in relation to Black Griffin. Because people will bring up that Saber has defended this and has, you know, I've seen all these comments that he's making about it. It's all on the level, you know, it's all cool, you know, because Claire doesn't understand that she has been groomed. It's fine, you know, it's all on the level. We're all good. And I'll be honest, that triggered me and made me realize, you know, I wonder if that's just how my situation has been interpreted.
Bro. No, Emmy, this is the worst thing you can ever do. And yes, chat, I did attempt to add Bonk on Discord for full transparency because as much of a dick that I am, I want to make sure that he gets better. I am not doing this to be evil or anything of that sort. Okay? I want to make sure this person gets help. Genuinely gets help. Despite the fact that he wants to try and do life ruination towards me, I do not believe that it is right for me to just sit by and do nothing. I want to try and help. I have an obligation.
Because I didn't speak out, because I didn't sit there and say, no, get off of me, because I didn't, you know, have something to say about it. Is that just how I'm being interpreted? And that triggered me and upset me a lot. And so, you know, I was talking with my friend Amy about it because of all of the, you know, conversation with Saber being brought up recently, and I just couldn't deal with it, and I just started kind of spilling on how I felt about it. And it was Amy who then said, you know, have you ever thought about speaking up?
Well. Fancy seeing you here, Amy New. Now look, there's a full section on Amy in the first video, but she has maintained her innocence in all of this. Just a concerned friend. And that's bollocks. We know this both from Emily's own testimony and from the fact that she is deeply involved with this little cabal going after Black Griffin. If you need more evidence of this, here's a screenshot of their group chat, which includes all of them together having a little plot.
She's being threatened with her own story of sexual abuse. I just don't know who else to reach out to. If KP tries to villainize you, it will not work in her favor. She's oblivious to that. What the fuck? So sorry, working the con, blah, blah, blah.
About KP. Amy is the person who pushed Emily to go to Bonk, and that only serves her interests. Actually, as a little additional thing, just because I thought it was interesting, Emily is actually the one who told Sophie to lock Brony Fandote's accounts when he was...
Lock down the Fandone accounts, remove the KP threat, lock things down, I'm not sure. Basically, her telling exactly what happened.
Threatening to throw himself off a bridge. This doesn't really matter at this point, I just thought it was funny. Irregardless, this
Hey, it's me!
interview scuppers another potential defense of Emily's credibility. The fact that, not just in this instance, but in multiple other instances, Emily appears to be making these accusations with some other primary motivating factor as the reason. And this latest utilization
It's me!
Of these accusations against Saberspark may actually be the most damning. Because not only is she clearly involved with this group going after Black Griffin, we have no way to know when this association began. Certainly she's been friends with Amy for a significant period of time, but if her claims that this all began months ago are to be believed, it brings up the uncomfortable but very real possibility that her statement has been influenced by this group before release. And we know that Emily can be manipulated into making modifications to the statement for whatever needs to fit at the time, because she did just that when KP asked her to make changes. But before we move on from this section on Emily and the text messages, I want to leave on a slightly happier note. You see, I noticed something in this interview, and I have good news for Emily.
What do you want to happen, like, with Saberspark? Like, what was your end goal in sharing this? Were you just, like, are you, like, on the whole, like, let's burn everything Saberspark made, or, like, what's your, like, kind of end goal in this?
In all honesty, when it came to speaking out, there wasn't really a whole lot of one, apart from just me proving that I could actually speak up about something, because, like I mentioned, I have a history of dealing with assault, and I have not been good about speaking up about it. And for me, more than anything, it was just kind of a personal thing of saying, no, I'm not okay with this. This has nothing to do with, honestly, it's not anything to do with trying to hurt him, and obviously I acknowledge it does. You know, I don't really want to hurt anybody, but at the same time, honestly, when it came to, like, the story coming out, deep down, I just kind of had hoped, you know, I mentioned I don't want him to reach out, but if he had emailed me and just gave me an apology of, like, I'm sorry.
He did apologize years ago, dude. He fucking apologized. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I didn't do this to hurt him. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit, dude.
Didn't realize that I had made you uncomfortable. That would have been a very healing thing to receive. You know?
You literally got 2 apologies. 2 fucking apologies.
Leaving aside for a second her request that her alleged rapist email her an apology for making her feel uncomfortable, which sounds, let's be fair, completely fucking mental, I have good news. Emily did get her apologies back in 2012 and 2013 for what appears to be her genuine grievance of being ghosted by Saberspark. Now hopefully we can draw a line under the whole of this and hear no more about it. Now, as promised, let's have a look at some of the more interesting things that have been happening over the last couple of weeks. As we were already talking about Amy New, let's start with her. This is going to be very brief.
Fuck Amy New, by the way, because let me look at you, chat. Amy New literally lied to my fucking face. Liar. Stinky yeehaw woman. Lied to me. I was lied to. How dare she? Crime. Straight to jail. Straight to jail. To jail. Jail time.
Brief, however, because Amy isn't that interesting. But I do think it is worth noting that her husband seems to be facing allegations of his own.
Oh boy. I will say this. It's ironic that her husband is facing allegations. I hope they are not true, because that would mean there's a victim, but I find it poetic. Ironic. Coincidental? I don't know. It feels poetic.
As she takes to Twitter to valiantly defend his honor. Now, obviously, these are completely unsubstantiated. I just think it's funny to watch how the turntables. That being said, I am interested to see how her believe all victims stance would hold up if more serious accusations do end up dropping. Next in the lineup is, of course, Sophie Scruggs, and for those of you looking for a little bit of comeuppance, that does seem like a possibility in the near future, because it seems that Sophie has pissed off quite a lot of people, and while she's managed to distance herself somewhat successfully, it is worth noting that Sophie has one thing she cares about, which would be her continued involvement in conventions. While her participation...
Bro. Ugh. All these people care about the conventions. I'm out here like, bro, please. Please, no. Bro.
Isn't under any sort of direct threat. I did sit down with the con chair for Everfree Northwest, and all this chaos has gone far from unnoticed. So, as time has moved on, obviously the fandom has grown, shifted, moved on, currently there's quite a bit of drama, and one of the people involved in that is Sophie Scruggs. Now, what is your relationship to Sophie?
Sophie, as far as my relationship directly with her, is not necessarily like, buddy, friend. It's more of a business relationship. She is a perennial vendor at our events. Someone who I associate with on a kind of a parallel axis where we attend multiple conventions at the same time, same places. She has, in more recent times, been involved with productions of professional media revolving around My Little Pony fandom, especially IDW and their comic covers and whatnot, and has recently been invited as a VIP guest of Everfree in that capacity last year as our 2024 event VIP list. But just more in generally, just as a perennial vendor and producer of content in the space, someone who, I follow on social media as part of my duties of being informed of the goings on in the community. I like to keep tabs on everything being out there so that I can, keep an informed view and know what's going on and know how to react to certain situations. And, she's part of that as a major player in the social media spaces. She has a very strong voice in the community.
So with what's currently occurring, and my understanding is that Saberspark has been potentially disinvited from Everfree, is that correct?
I wouldn't go so far as say disinvited, more of, reevaluated, and currently ongoing still. We're still in internal talks and discussions about the continuity of different events going on in the fandom, the reactions that fans are having to this particular drama event. I know the relationship that Saber and his group of pals, including AC Race Best and other folks in the Bronies React group and other ancillary groups to that, have had in the past, has gone back since the very first Everfree back in 2012. It's been an ongoing relationship where practically every year they are invited as community guests. They provide a large.
It's still really interesting because Saber is going to have damages because of this. Saber is facing damages because of all this. This isn't like, oh, he's home free, he's exonerated, nothing bad will happen ever again. But I cannot fucking bring myself to say that there won't be some damage done to Saberspark because of this. Like, it is absolutely, I don't know what else to say, but it's inevitable that he faces some form of damage because of these false accusations. And it's disgusting. It really is disgusting that he literally has to deal with this. It's fucking gross.
Portion of our programming of events at the show, multiple events per day, comprising many hours.
Like if he gets like disinvited from events because of this shit, those are very, very big damages for him. And that is something that I don't think a lot of people understand, because if you don't have proof, you can't fucking do this shit. You can't.
Hours of community involvement at each year's show. So it goes back a long ways, and given recent drama and focus and attention on certain matters of great importance and great gravity.
Kimberly, I'd need to see evidence of that, or at least some form of proof involving that claim. I'm not going to echo that, but I want to at least point out, hey, I would need evidence of that before I even touch it.
Let's say this is a very serious accusation, a very serious, issue to be involving ourselves in. As a business, we have to evaluate how the fans are responding, reacting, involving themselves with these kind of things, so that we can help insulate both our fans at our show and our business and our view as far as how the fans view us as an entity. You know, we pride ourselves at Everfree Northwest as being a family-friendly convention, and unlike many of the other brony and pony conventions out there, we try to keep a PG rating on all of our content, everything at the show. You know, keep it so that it's completely family-friendly. Any event can be attended by any age and shouldn't have any problems. And that's been a long-standing rule of ours since I became involved in management around the 2016, 2017 show times.
Considering the fact that Sophie is...
Oh, yeah, there's always going to be someone that believes Emily despite the evidence, because there are people that just don't care. Like, genuinely. Some people just don't give a shit. Because they hear it once and they're like, oh, this blah blah blah, despite it being proven false. I'm not shocked, okay? Because it's absolutely insane.
Involved in this sort of wider drama involving Black Griffin, their involvement with Bernie Fandon't, and their involvement with leveling unsubstantiated rape allegations against Saberspark. Does that reevaluation extend to her as well?
In a way, it does muddy the waters, let's say, of our involvement, but in the sense that she is at current only being evaluated this year as a vendor, and we have many vendors of many different persuasions and beliefs and interests and whatnot, that doesn't necessarily reflect directly on our convention as having her as a longstanding vendor participant. So much as it does with Saber being an actual community guest invited to the convention by the convention and being a representative of our values and our different options for presenting to our fans and participants in the event. So there's a little bit of a differentiation. If we were evaluating Sophie again on the level of like VIP involvement and that kind of thing, it would probably be a much different story.
At the very least, I imagine there are going to be a few uncomfortable interactions for Sophie in the not too distant future. But I guess this brings us finally to Brony Fandon't.
Now with this, I'm not shocked that Bonk did not like his segment on this, because Beckett can be very fair. He can. While I disagree sometimes with how he handles a topic or his output or his conclusion, he's able to be very fair, especially when it comes to shit like this. So the idea that fucking Bonk, and I hope he does get help, he's going to also need to figure out how to understand that people are not going to like him. People are going to bring this up, and he just needs to accept it and move on. Like, it's insane.
I'm not going to talk about all the insanity over on Twitter. If you want to see that, go and follow me over there. I've been a little unhinged lately. Rather, what I'd like to focus in on are the interactions between Brony Fandon't and Mr. Enter. Cause, not to put too fine a point on it, Fandon't is a very unhappy little freak right now. This is for a couple of reasons, though I will admit his primary grievance is causing me some trouble when trying to explain it. My original recording of this section ran to just over 9 minutes, and by the end made me sound like an egomaniac, as despite Fandon't's protestation that he doesn't care what I think, well, these DMs tell a very different story. So we're going to break this down based on whichever voice seems to be screaming at Fandon't from inside his own head at that moment. To begin, and as a little bit of background, these interactions start when Mr. Enter reaches out to Bonk for more information regarding the allegations. Most of this we're going to skip over, but there is one particular interaction that caught my eye, as Fandon't demands to be added to a call that for some reason he thinks is occurring. When he doesn't get a response, he actually reaches out to Emily.
That's fine, I think. Let's see, I would like to join the call, please. Which call? The one with the victim. I'll need to get everyone else's permission. That's fine. I think she didn't see my message due to being focused, so I reached out here too. Right, no one seems to be online, so I'm just waiting. Well, a few secs ago. You mean you weren't part of the call? I've been part of some calls, not parts of others. I was under the impression a call was currently happening, not literally at this second.
Is his desperate need for control. The reason I bring this up is because it allows me to talk about one element of Fandont's personality which I don't think's really been touched upon, his insane inferiority complex. You'll notice Fandont's OC is a hyena with a glowing eye, but this isn't just an aesthetic choice. Somebody handed me the character sheet for Bonk's character and
Oh no. Oh no. It's all furry nonsense now. It's all furries. They're all furries, chat. It was the furries all along. It was the furries all fucking long. The furries did it, guys. The furries. It's always the furries, the furries, the furries, the furries. It's always the fucking furries. It's always the goddamn furries, chat.
And it turns out Bonk has something of a rape fetish. Yes, unfortunately, the rabbit hole gets even darker, and that is a terrible choice of words considering what I'm about to tell you. Fandont's OC has the special ability to bend others to her will, a power.
The only thing Bonk can really do is walk away from this, abandon the Bonk name, carry on, and avoid the fandom and drama altogether. I don't think he can deal with it otherwise. Exactly. This is the PFP. Based. Thank you. Thank you for confirming. But legitimately, this is fucking nuts, dude. Like, actually fucking nuts.
Power she seems to use almost exclusively to cuck the fox from Zootopia so she can have sex with.
Tell Bogo the bunny needs another sick day. Any chance she'll be ready for our date later? Why? Why is it always cuckoldry? It's always being a cuck. It's always cuckoldry with these people.
The rabbit character. I would of course love to tell you that the only reason I'm bringing this up at all is to display to you that despite the serious allegations Bonk keeps leveling against people, he clearly can't have that much of an issue with any of these things, considering the types of porn he commissions and how much of it there is. But if I'm
Oh God, I'm just going to take Beckett's word on this one because I'm not going to dig into cuckold mind control rape porn. I am not going to dig into that. I do not want to have that on my search history, okay? That just feels like a bit too much.
being truthful, it's just because I like mocking him. That little bit of mental scarring out of the way, let's get to the meat and potatoes. Fandont's core issue with Mr. Enter is, if you hadn't guessed it already, me. And actually, if you hadn't guessed it already, I wouldn't be surprised because that's kind of insane. Fandont seems to blame Mr. Enter for the success of my previous video, as well as giving me an audience. Perhaps—
Bro, go after Chud Logic for that. What do you mean? Bro, what do you fucking mean? I swear. Stupid. 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 Very stupid. Very stupid. Extremely stupid, dude. Like, this is insane to me. Okay? I find it just crazy. Fuck.
perhaps though, this does go—
Yeah, this stream started to go places I did not expect, and I do not like. I do not like the idea of mind-controlled cuckold rape porn, everybody. I do not fucking
some way to explaining why Fandont's 300-page document on Black Griffin is as full of nonsense as it is, as even a cursory glance at my channel would have shown him that the Saberspark video didn't do that much better than most of my other content. Had he dug even deeper, of course, he would have found that all of this was Chud Logic's fault.
Wait, he's actually involved? Oh my god, Beckett, I was joking, but you are actually involved. Jesus Christ, dude.
For this reason, Fandont is convinced that if Mr. Enter—
I think these posts are worse than anything I've done. Dangerous that you keep platforming Cope and Seethe. Jesus Christ. Holy shit, dude. Just no. Stop. Fucking stop, bro. Stop.
would just put out a retraction for ever mentioning my name and apologize profusely while denouncing me, everything can go back to the way it was. You have to remember, of course, that Fandone is always, at any moment, just one tweet away from destroying the careers of everybody he hates. To Fandone, the idea of Mr. Enter not denouncing me must seem absurd. After all, in his opinion, my video is illegal.
How is it's not illegal? What do you fucking mean, bro? It's not illegal.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, this one also confused the living fuck out of me. But what I've managed to piece together from Fandone's incoherent ranting is that the recording Claire provided me was made without consent of the parties involved. How Fandone would know this is a mystery, unless he is in contact with a therapist or the far more likely option, Claire's father Ian.
Like, it's fine to have a fictional kink, blah blah blah. Yeah, it's insane.
These DMs also help me to answer a key question I've had for weeks now, which is why Fandone keeps claiming that Claire was forced to pet snails by Sophie Scruggs, a story he correctly identifies as completely ridiculous. One may wonder whether he actually ever watched my video or the interview with Claire, because she never said anything close to this, except I guess for the continued inclusion of a snail. And the answer is of course he didn't. All the information he has about it or me has been fed to him by third parties who frankly also don't know what the hell they're talking about. This little hate mob is terrified of anything approaching facts.
Yeah, this is just outright. Bonk can't handle evidence.
Or truth. It's why this mess started in the first place.
I have taken time.
Ebby! Emu Ebby has decided to message. Oh boy, this is actually going to be very interesting.
To fully reflect on this entire situation, and it has been emotional and a very major challenge. It has really shined a spotlight on not only my understanding on how everything has happened since my first testimony being released, but also especially regarding how I have carried self-destructive habits with me into adulthood that I have clung onto since being a child. Not being able to remember these moments of me betraying myself through acting like I was not only fine, but even enjoyed taking part in these occurrences and reliving them again when brought to my attention felt extremely heavy on me, as I sat with myself asking why I needed to do this for years. It isn't easy being 8 and feeling like the responsibility of your entire life changing is on you if you spoke up and told an adult what was happening, or being 12 worrying that if you said something to the teacher as a classmate assaults you, that maybe you would be the one to get in trouble because you didn't understand. I didn't want to confront that reality by telling him and instead just played along because for the longest time I remained in spaces with people where I was not wanted. I regret not expressing it and regret putting myself in a space where I shouldn't have stayed. While I still am firm on consent not being given in these two situations, I don't want Saber to continue taking heat for what happened because I really do not think he realized this. I do still believe he should have been careful and more mindful about his approach when interacting with me and communicating clearly with me to make sure I wanted these sexual encounters before initiating them. It would have been much easier to avoid them altogether, but just as he could have done that, I could have been more upfront by either telling him or stop interacting entirely. I feel really good about having a proper path carved out for me when it comes to the work I have to do to finally heal from not only this situation, but other sexual traumas I've endured. Healing is something we need to take control of ourselves because no one else is going to do the work. While the people-pleasing was something I developed in a time of need, I can't carry that with me anymore as an adult because it is no longer serving me.
So, it would seem that my conversation
anymore as an adult.
Bro. Emmy. You still try and claim that this shit happened. All that was just that was nothing. That was a waste of time. What the hell?
Because it is no longer serving me.
So, it would seem that my conversation with Emily a few days ago has caused her to reflect upon these events quite seriously. And she has moved some of the stuff we discussed onto the record in a couple of prepared statements. The first one I've just played for you, but she has also opened up about her memory issues. When I
Bro, your memory issues? the fact that you have memory issues, that's not a bad thing in general. It's not. Some people have disabilities. I'm not going to go at her for that. But you're literally making a rape accusation against someone. Are you sure you got it right? Fuck, dude. Like, goddamn, bro. Goddamn.
Confronted her on the existence of these text messages, she seemed to be genuinely surprised. Not just that I had them, but the fact that these conversations had happened at all. She had apparently no memory of this 6 months of correspondence. Equally surprising to her was the story regarding the premiere of the Brony documentary. Even on reflection, she seems to not be able to place Saberspark at that event. Earlier in this video, I have said that Emily has lied, or at the very least obfuscated, her wider relationship with Saberspark. And while, to an extent, I stand by that comment, and I'm not removing it, obviously, this does provide a counter-narrative which I think is important to highlight. If Emily really has no memory of these wider events, that would paint a far more charitable picture of their omission. But this is, of course, a double-edged sword. If Emily can't remember these wider events, then trusting her to accurately recollect the exact nature of her relationship with Saberspark while they were entangled becomes even more challenging.
Yeah, no shit, because it's literally, oh, we can't trust her word for shit. She does not remember a single fucking thing. Holy fuck, dude. Fuck. Fuck. It's insane. Just fuck, bro. Are you kidding me? Like, it's actually insane. Fuck.
I'd hope you'd agree, though. Those that want to interpret the issues with Emily's testimony in that light can't really be blamed, considering the alternative of malice is far more distasteful. Having listened to her updated statement, I would take this at the very least as a soft retraction, if not of the accusations in their totality, then at least Saberspark's culpability in her opinion. This, more or less, and funnily enough, seems to line up with my earlier theory crafting on her testimony regarding her people-pleasing qualities. After having had a few hours to, I guess, reflect upon these further comments from Emily, I'm still not totally sure where I land. As I said about Lance's video, many of the things said about this chick are far more the product of rumor than reality, and having talked to her, I certainly believe her to be deeply troubled. But, if nothing else, hopefully, these further comments from Emily will provide Saberspark with the vindication the evidence suggests he deserves. If you've enjoyed this content, please hit all the usual buttons down below. It does help the channel out and I do appreciate it. Thank you to all our current subscribers and our member name thing of this story. That doesn't mean we're done, because the wider Black Griffin drama from which this spawned is still somewhat ongoing. I have seen some people claim that my initial coverage was enough to start debunking the document, and while I'll admit a ball has started rolling, I wouldn't describe this as settled by any means. At time of recording, I'm not 100% on whether I will do a full Black Griffin video, but what I will say is this. That particular story and the wider players involved are fascinating to me. So, if Black Griffin is prepared to go on the record with me, I will very likely cover this in the future. Until then, and as always, more content to come. Peace.
Same here. Griffin, you want to talk? I'm down. But yeah, again, Emily had no evidence, and it literally just was like, damn, Saberspark's innocent. 6:35:50. But I will be right back. Okay, I will be right back, chat. I will leave you with some music. Let me put that on for y'all. But I'll be back.
Yes, it was my way.
Like this.
I'm back, baby. I'm back. So, let me turn off the music. Turning